This is last part of full audiobook Legend of Suheldev, the King Who Saved India, written by Amish. If you have not listened previous chapters, please visit to our channel. Do share, comment and subscribe to our channel for more such free audiobooks.
Chapter 20. Suheldev dismounted his horse and walked briskly towards his basic military tent. A guard immediately drew the curtain aside as he saluted smartly. "Great Prince, he's waiting inside for you." Suheldev patted the guard on his shoulder and smiled as he walked into the tent. A tall, gray-haired person stood quietly at the other end of the tent. The advancing years had caused his shoulders to droop somewhat, but he had remained slim and dignified. "Gurudev," said Suheldev joyfully. He rushed over to Kashinath and bent to touch his feet with respect. Kashinath pulled Suheldev up and engulfed him in a huge bear hug. "My prince." Suheldev smiled, holding his guru tight. "My prince, your brother Maladev would be so proud of you. So proud of what you have become. You know, back home in Tripathi, children play with toy swords and pretend to be you, fighting the soldiers of Ghazni and their wretched allies. I didn't do it all by myself, Gurudev. I have a band of heroic warriors who are as dedicated to our land as I am. And I have the quiet support of thousands of common people who provide us with all we need. We could never have survived for so long without their help. The kings of Manohar, Kannauj and other kingdoms may have allied with Ghazni, but their people have assisted us. They are new patriots. I even have some friends in the courts of these Elangdams that are officially our enemies." Kashinath laughed softly. "I would love to get to know these friends of yours someday. What cannot be denied though is that you have lit a fire across the land. And with Lord Shiva and Ma Bharati's blessings, this fire will consume the Turks." "Om Namah Shivaya," whispered Suheldev, holding the miniature Shiva Linga pendant tied around his neck. "Jai Ma Bharati." Kashinath's eyes teared up as he looked at the man before him. This little prince had been an imp of a child. Happy-go-lucky by nature and with a complete disregard for rules, this young boy was hardly who Kashinath had imagined would be the one chosen to take on the responsibility of defeating the Turks. But who could say what is planned in the minds of time and Lord Shiva? He patted the young prince's shoulder and whispered, "Om Namah Shivaya. Jai Ma Bharati." Suheldev stepped back, folded his hands together into an Namasti and said, "I am so sorry to be direct, Gurudev, but I don't think that you came all this way here just to compliment me and my men. I can make out that there is some important news." "What is it?" Kashinath sighed. It was clear that he was controlling his emotions. Like any good minister should. "It is time for you to come home, Prince." "What happened?" "It's your father." Suheldev immediately held Kashinath's arms, his face creased with worry. "What happened?" "It's cancer. It has struck suddenly. It has grown too quickly." Suheldev was too stunned to react. He had met his father in secret just a few months ago. He had seemed completely fit and healthy. Kashinath's voice was gentle. "You need to return to Tripathi immediately. The throne cannot be left wisely." Kashinath did not let the rest of the words escape his mouth. He knew that, in the last month, when it became obvious to Mangaldwaj that his days were coming to an end, urgent messages had been sent to several kingdoms in the area. Many carried by Kashinath himself. Mangaldwaj had reached out to those kingdoms who were willing to form a confederacy under Tripathi's leadership. And who better to lead that united army than the one man who had heroically stood up to the might of Ghazni all these years? Suheldev. But Kashinath didn't say any of this to Suheldev. Now was not the right time. Let the son grieve for his father first. Later, the prince would be told of the duties he had to fulfill for the king. It had been a few days since Suheldev had received word of his father's illness. He had set out with his followers early the next day itself. En route to Tripathi, Suheldev and his band had camped a short distance from a lake. The temporary campsite had been well selected. While they were close enough to a town to replenish supplies, they weren't so close that they would receive unwelcome visitors. When they were in territories outside of their direct control, anonymity and discretion were their allies. The site had a water source close by. There was open land between the forest line and the camp, to prevent any surprise attacks. But for added precaution, sentries had been posted at key locations. There was open ground on the other side of the camp to make a rapid retreat, if necessary. Since this was a temporary camp, things had not been completely unpacked. Weapons, money, and important documents remained tied within bags fixed on horses and bulls, so that they did not lose key resources in a quick escape. Those horses and bulls were, of course, guarded round the clock by sentries. Suheldev was wary and cautious when necessary. And this caution had ensured that he had lost very few men in the last few years when he had been battling and harassing the Turks. "It is a beautiful place," said Govardhan. He and Suheldev were sitting by themselves, eating their dinner. They had walked a little away from the camp, closer to the lake, enjoying the beauty of the surroundings as the sun set slowly over the horizon. Their weapons were unsheathed and placed next to them, ready to use in case of an attack. A new warrior never gets so lost in beauty that he forgets his combat training. A true warrior is always ready for battle. Suheldev remained silent. Govardhan touched Suheldev's shoulder sympathetically. "Are you all right, my friend? Do you want to?" Suheldev shook his head. "Talking about this will not help me. It will only make me sadder. Let's talk about something else." Govardhan nodded. "No point talking about things that we can't do anything about. Best to sweep it under the carpet and focus on something else. He can think about his father when he meets him." Govardhan changed the subject. "Do you know that this beautiful place was liked a lot by the Sufis as well?" Suheldev smiled. "Yes. Sad that the Sufis have moved away. The Turks didn't just torture the Hindus. They tortured the Sufis too." A voice was heard from behind them. "Yes, they called them impure Muslims." Suheldev and Govardhan turned around rapidly. Govardhan, almost instinctively, reached for his sword. "Relax, Govardhan," smiled Kashinath genially. "I am a friend." Suheldev touched Kashinath's feet in respect as he said wryly, "A friend whose footsteps are almost impossible to hear." Kashinath laughed softly as he sat down next to Suheldev. He refused the offer of food from Govardhan. "I have eaten already." Govardhan resumed eating. Between gulps he asked, "So, why do the Turks hate the Sufis so much?" "That is a good question," said Kashinath. "Any of the problems with our modern Indian rulers is that they have lost the curiosity that possessed our ancestors. Only when you are curious will you New York to understand other ways of life. Especially of those who are your enemies. For, if you don't understand your enemies, how can you defeat them? Even more importantly, unless you are curious about and understand your own society as well, how will you know how to mitigate your own weaknesses and increase your own strengths?" Suheldev nodded. "Know yourself. And know your opponents." Kashinath patted Suheldev's shoulder and smiled. "So you do remember some of my teachings?" "I remember all your teachings, Gurudev," said Suheldev softly, before putting some more food into his mouth. "But you still haven't answered my question, Gurudev," said Govardhan. "Why do the Turks hate the Sufis so much? Every community, every way of life, has some strengths and has some weaknesses. This is true of the Islam of the Turks and the Hinduism of us Indians." "That still doesn't answer my patience, my warrior friend," smiled Kashinath, patting Govardhan's hand. "Let me finish my point. The strength of the Islam of the Turks is that it is socially inclusive, but its weakness is that it is theologically intolerant. On the other hand, the Hinduism of us Indians is theologically inclusive and liberal, while socially we are intolerant." "Whoa!" said Govardhan, pulling back, his eyes wide open, taking a deep breath. "Too many big words. You lost me. Kashinath leaned back and guffawed loudly. Gurudev, I am an uncomplicated warrior, said Govardhan, laughing along. Make your words simple, please. All right, all right. When I say theological, I mean how we approach different belief systems in God. When I say social, I mean our attitude to different groups, classes, and communities who practice our own religion. So, when I say the Turks are socially inclusive, I mean that, at least theoretically, all Turks who practice Islam are believed to be equal before their God. Because of that, there is tremendous unity and strength of purpose within their community. They will fight as one against their enemies. And their weakness? Their weakness is that they are theologically intolerant. They believe that their God is the only true God and that all other gods are false. They believe that their religion is the only true religion. And there is a hierarchy in the way Turkic Muslims treat other religions. Followers of Christianity and Judaism can be allowed to live, but they must do so as subordinate people called dhimmis. But all other religions, especially those of idol worshippers, are considered completely sinful. That's why, not just Hindu temples in India, but also Zoroastrian fire temples in Persia, Buddhist viharas in their own Turkic homeland or in China, are all to be destroyed. So that is their weakness, said Suheldev. Exactly. If you go around the world picking fights with everyone who disagrees with you, it's only a matter of time before everyone will ally together to fight you. That's the problem with their theological intolerance. They make enemies out of everybody. This is precisely the issue that the Sufis will solve. How so? Asked Govardhan. I'll come to that in a minute, said Kashinath. But before that, we must understand the strengths and weaknesses of today's Hinduism as well. Theologically, Hinduism is very liberal. Because we are polytheistic and believe in idol worshipping, we don't have a problem with anyone believing in a different God. We see God in everything, so it's a very easy step for us to see the presence of God in Jesus Christ of the Christians as well. Or to worship Allah of the Muslims too. And by doing so, we don't lose our Hindu religion either. Have you ever heard of a Hindu king attacking and breaking anyone else's temple or place of worship? Govardhan shook his head. No. Never. Exactly. It is very, very rare. Almost unheard of. Why is that? Because we Hindus believe that there is divine in everything. So, breaking someone else's place of worship is a sin. In fact, there are times when a Hindu king defeats another Hindu kingdom, and then goes to the defeated king's main temple and steals the royal idol there. Then that royal idol is brought, with respect, to the victor king's personal temple and consecrated there. Why does a winning king do that? Because he believes that, by doing so, he will gain the blessings of the defeated king's god as well. In fact, in Hinduism, we have no problem with having goddesses too, something that cannot be allowed in the Islam of the Turks. And our weakness is our caste system, said Govardhan, stating the obvious. Yes, said Kashinath. The Turks may have oppressed others. But we have oppressed our own. We have divided our own people using this birth-based caste system. That is our sin. And as a result of this caste system, we are almost constantly fighting each other. Internally divided, we are easy prey for foreign invaders. There was a time when India was considered an unconquerable land. And that was a time when we did not practice the evil caste system that exists today. That is not a coincidence. Because we hadn't divided ourselves into different communities and castes based on birth, it was almost impossible for any foreigner to conquer us. Have you heard of Alexander? No, said Govardhan. Who is he? Among the Europeans and the Persians, he is considered the greatest conqueror in history. For us Indians, though, he is a nobody. Because he was fought to a standstill by some minor kings in western Punjab, just inside India's borders. He hadn't even battled the Nandas, our main Indian empire at the time, and yet had to retreat in ignominy. It was almost impossible to defeat us in the past. But now that we have divided ourselves along different castes, foreigners just pick us off one by one. We have become so easy to conquer. Suheldev took a deep breath and stared at the lake, processing what Kashinath had said. We have to solve our social problem. And the Muslims have to solve their theological problem. Kashinath frowned. Not all Muslims. Indian Muslims do not have the problem that the Turks have. They are theologically liberal. Does Abdul hate idols? Does Iqbal kill cows just to spite Hindus? Suheldev shook his head. No. Indian Muslims are, in many ways, like the Indian Hindus. They have no problem respecting the religions and gods of others. And Indian Muslims too are divided along caste lines. What I was speaking about is a problem for the Islam of the Turks. And that of the Arabs as well. And this theological intolerance is what the Sufis will solve. How so? Asked Govardhan. With a very simple change. The Sufis are saying that their religion, Islam, is the true religion for them. And that my religion, Hinduism, is the true religion for me. They aren't changing their belief in the Nath of their faith. They are just opening the space for people of other faiths to have their own truths as well. Apparently, it is said amongst them that there is no compulsion in religion. As of now, there are very few Muslims in India. And the way of the Turks will never work at increasing the number of Muslims here. Because attacking our country's way of life only makes the Hindus more angry and rebellious, and we are by nature a very rebellious people. But mark my words, if Islam ever becomes a big religion in India, it will be because of the Sufis. Their openness and liberalism will bring down the defenses of the Hindus. The Turks are wrong if they think they can keep destroying our temples, insulting our faith, and we will surrender. We will never surrender that way. In fact, they may just unite us in our hatred for them. But many Indians may surrender to the love of the Sufis. The Sufis are doing good work for their religion, a religion based on faith and compliance, said Suheldev. But I do not want Hinduism to die. It is one of the few ancient cultures that still survives till today. Most other major idol-worshipping cultures, like Rome, Greece, and Egypt, have been wiped out. Even Zoroastrianism is almost dead in its ancient homeland of Persia. Some people call all our ancient cultures pagan. It's supposed to be an insult. If Hinduism dies, the world loses the last major connection with the ancient way, religions based on wisdom and the spirit of questioning. We cannot allow that. And therefore, we have to solve our social problem. We have to destroy the caste system that divides us, and causes such oppression and pain. Precisely, said Kashinath. We need reformers who will annihilate the caste system based on birth. And take us back to our original ancient way. Govardhan reached across and held Suheldev's hand. This man will be our reformer. Centuries from now, they will recall his name. And they will use Suheldev's example to teach all of us Hindus that if we want our faith to survive, if we want to honor our great ancestors, if we are truly patriotic, then we must destroy the birth-based caste system. Chapter 21. Queen Vijayalakshmi stared at her son for a long time, too overcome to speak. Holding his shoulders. Using him for support. Giving him support. The queen and the prince were alone in her chambers. Normally, the return of their prince, a hero of the resistance, should have led to wild celebrations in Tripathi. But everyone knew how ill their king Mangaldwaj was. Everyone knew how rapidly the disease had grown. There was a pall of gloom that had descended over the city. Suheldev had ridden in quietly, at the head of his band. While his people were housed in different rooms in the palace, he had come immediately to his mother's private chambers. A solitary tear escaped Vijayalakshmi's battle-hardened, strong eyes. Like the tiniest of openings in the veneer of the mighty goddess Shakti, showing that she, too, was vulnerable. She embraced Suheldev tightly. My son Ma. They held each other in silence. Grieving in stillness for the man they both loved. Her husband. His father. Suheldev pulled back. In some tiny corner of his heart, he still held hope. Hope. The greatest source of human strength. And the greatest source of human grief. How is there the doctors? Vijayalakshmi gazed at her son. She didn't say anything. At least, not with her mouth. But her eyes said it all. Suheldev started crying. Many courtiers, relatives, and others waited outside the palace chambers that had been converted into the king's hospice. Like a weakened pride waiting for the death of an aged, once magnificent lion. They parted as Suheldev appeared. Led by his mother. Giving them way to the chambers. All of them tried to catch Suheldev's attention as he walked forward. Trying to show sympathy and concern. Many genuine. Some not. Suheldev was going to be the king soon. Some wanted to build bridges. But the prince ignored all of them. The curtain was pulled aside. Suheldev took a deep breath and steeled himself. Vijayalakshmi, dignified and strong, held her son's hand. He has changed since you saw him last. Suheldev nodded and followed his mother into his father's chamber. He stepped through the doorway, to find many physicians and his guru Kashinath gathered around the bed. They moved aside and Suheldev saw his father. He stopped. Rooted to his spot in stunned disbelief. The figure lying on the bed was a pale shadow of the hulking warrior that Suheldev remembered. One he had seen just a few months ago. Mangaldwaj had become so skeletal that the skin seemed to be stretched tight against his bones. The outline of his skull seemed faintly visible. He tried to smile when he saw Suheldev, but it turned into a grimace as a cough shook his emaciated frame. The prince rushed to Mangaldwaj's bed and went down on his knees beside it. "Baba," whispered Suheldev. Mangaldwaj raised a claw-like hand and feebly patted his son's head. Even that little effort seemed to exhaust him and his hand fell back to the bed. Suheldev gently picked up his father's hand, trying not to wince at how thin it had become. Very carefully, he brought it to his lips and kissed it tenderly. With an effort, Mangaldwaj spoke. It was barely a whisper. "Good you came, I can die in peace." "Don't talk of dying, Baba," said Suheldev, his voice soft and grief-stricken. "You're going to be fine." Mangaldwaj smiled faintly. "You never were a good liar, at least, not to me." Suheldev remained silent. Holding his father's hand. Drawing strength from a withered limb attached to a mighty soul. "Still at least I outlived that monster Mahmud." Mangaldwaj started to laugh, but it turned into a rasping cough. "Rest now, Baba. We'll talk tomorrow." Mangaldwaj shook his head. He had a lot to say. And he didn't know how much time he had. "They will return, trust me, the Turks will return." Suheldev nodded. Agreeing with Mangaldwaj. He could see what a tremendous effort it was for his father to speak. He did not want to prolong the conversation further and weaken his father even more. Mangaldwaj looked at Kashinath, who rushed to the bedside immediately. The king turned towards his son again. "I have made plans too," said Mangaldwaj. "Everything. Speak to him." Gurudev knows. Suheldev looked briefly at Kashinath and then turned back to his father. "Yes, Baba. I will speak with Gurudev." Mangaldwaj took a deep breath. Like it was his final effort. He held his son's hand with surprising strength, his eyes suddenly blazing, his face fierce. "My son. Keep fighting, never surrender, fight them wherever you find them, fight them to the end. Even if you are the last man standing, keep fighting, never surrender. Those foreign bastards will not rule our motherland. They will not." Defile _ Mangaldwaj's words were cut short by a sharp burst of coughing. Thick, viscous sputum oozed out of the edge of his mouth. A physician rushed forward to try to wipe it away. But Mangaldwaj turned his face. And stared at Suheldev again. Into his son's eyes. Into his son's soul. "You will keep fighting, promise me." "I promise you, Baba. I promise you. Mangaldwaj took another deep breath. Jai Ma Bharati, and he shut his eyes. Within seconds, he was asleep. Only the slight rise and fall of his chest indicated that he was still alive. The royal physician stayed close to Mangaldwaj, tracking his pulse regularly, testing the consistency of his breathing, administering medicines methodically when required. Nobody knew how long it would be. Patients had, sometimes, survived in this state for months as well. Suheldev and Vijayalakshmi sat at a distance, looking at the Kong lying on the bed. Sometimes they sat in silence. Sometimes they spoke to each other, reminiscing about things they had done with Mangaldwaj. Finding comfort in the memories of the past is wise, when the future is too despairing to think about. He would have loved to see you get married, Vijayalakshmi said with a sigh. Suheldev looked at his mother, but did not say anything. No, it's not just about you having a son and producing an heir to the throne, continued the queen. I know, said Suheldev. I have been speaking to Gurudev. I know the alliances that Baba has struck with various kingdoms, to form a confederacy, with Tripathi at the head. And I guess I will need to get married to princesses in some of these kingdoms to cement the alliances. No, it's not that either. That was important for Mangaldwaj too, but it wasn't the only thing. He genuinely wanted you to find someone who would complete your life, who would make you happy. Suheldev smiled slightly and looked at his father. He said softly, who wouldn't want what you and Baba have, Ma? It's not that I haven't thought of it. But, love can be a distraction. Especially in times like this, when our country and culture are at stake, I guess leaders don't have the luxury of a personal life. Vijayalakshmi held her son's hand. Wrong. In fact, it is especially at times like this that a leader needs love in his life. It is one of the things that will keep you connected, that will keep you human. Suheldev remained silent. The biggest fear in fighting a monster is not that one will lose to him. The biggest fear, in fact, is that in fighting the monster, we ourselves will become like the monster. We will certainly defeat the Turks. I believe that. But, in defeating the Turks, if we become like them, if we lose our innate liberalism and open-mindedness, then what is the point of winning? But their ruthlessness can only be fought with our ruthlessness. How can we not change when we fight them? It's almost as impossible as saying that we can cut off their heads without some specks of their blood falling on some specks of their blood will fall on us. Yes. But it can be cleaned. Love is that cleanser. If you keep your heart filled with love, then you will not change. And if the leader doesn't change, hopefully, the people won't either. Suheldev chose silence once again. I have been watching her. She is a good woman. Marry her. Suheldev turned to his mother in surprise. He didn't know how to react. I am your mother. I can see your heart. And your father would have said the same thing that I am telling you. You have our blessings. Marry Tashini. Suheldev smiled as some tears slipped out of his eyes. He put his arms around his mother and rested his head on her shoulder. Chapter 22. The doorman's voice was loud and clear. Great King of Tripathi, a visitor is requesting a private meeting. Suheldev twitched, feeling a pang of discomfort. Even guilt. Like he didn't deserve the title. It had been a few weeks since Mangaldwaj's death. The old king's debilitated body simply could not fight the cancer anymore. An ordinary son is allowed the privilege of grieving for a long time over the loss of a beloved father. But an unfortunate prince is not even given the time to be with himself. Many ceremonies had been conducted over the last few weeks. The cremation of Mangaldwaj, with the honors due to a ruler. The quiet puja, in recognition of Suheldev as king, for the throne could not be allowed to remain empty. The recognition of diplomats from across the kingdoms that had pledged loyalty to Tripathi. The confederacy was forming. Mangaldwaj's dream was taking shape. But now, the time had come to organize a ceremonial coronation. Suheldev had decided that it would not be an ostentatious affair. But he did send out invitations to all the kings and queens in the region, including those who were not a part of the Shravasti-led confederacy. Ajitpal of Kannauj had, unsurprisingly, declined. But had sent his minister, Vrishab, to represent him. With the coronation ceremony concluded, Suheldev had retired to his chambers with his inner circle. However, within minutes, there were visitors lining up to meet him. Kashinath, Abdul, Govardhan, and Tashini were the only ones in the room with Suheldev. The king's guru looked at the hourglass. "You don't have much time," said Kashinath. "There are already some other people waiting to meet you, and right after that, it will be time for the special dinner you are hosting, my lord." Suheldev wrinkled his nose. "How many times do I tell you, Gurudev, even if I am the king, I am not your lord. Please don't call me that." Kashinath put his hands together into an namasti. "I will not insult the throne of Shravasti by not referring to its occupant with respect. Now, let's not waste time on an unnecessary argument. Why don't you meet your visitor, and then we can proceed to your other engagements?" Suheldev sighed. "All right. Why don't all of you go get ready? I'll meet you in a bit." He turned to the doorman. "Who is the visitor?" "Lord Vrishab, the Prime Minister of Kannauj, Your Highness." Suheldev froze. His fists clenched tight. The ruler of Kannauj had always thought of Suheldev as a subaltern caste upstart. And he had also sided with Ghazni in a few battles. "My lord," said Kashinath softly. "At least the Prime Minister has come. They have not insulted us by missing the coronation completely." Suheldev remained silent. Clearly unhappy. "Suheldev," said Tashini, "regardless of how others behave, we must treat a guest with honor. That is Dharma." Suheldev nodded. "All of you leave. I will handle him." Abdul felt the need to intervene. "Listen to me, great king." He was cut short by Suheldev. "All of you, please leave. I will handle." Kashinath looked at the rest, signaling clearly that they must obey. Then he bowed and left the chambers. The others followed, Tashini leaving last. Soon, the Prime Minister of Kannauj was led into the room. Vrishab's gait was slow and confident. His demeanor, stiff and unfriendly. He pulled his hands together into a namasti. "Jai Shri Krishna. Glory to Lord Krishna." "Jai Shri Krishna," repeated Suheldev. "Greetings, great king. Please accept my condolences on the death of your respected father. My master, Emperor Ajitpal, regrets that he could not personally attend the ceremony." "I'm sure he does," said Suheldev dryly. The Elang of Shravasti looked at the doormen and signaled for them to leave. They hesitated. To leave the king completely alone with the prime minister of an enemy kingdom was unorthodox. But they knew better than to question Suheldev. They quickly left the chambers. Suheldev rose from his chair and stepped up to Vrishab, towering over the diminutive Brahmin prime minister of the Kshatriya king of Kannauj. Vrishab, however, didn't step back. He looked up at Suheldev, a confident smile on his face, and whispered, "How have you been doing, my friend?" Suheldev smiled warmly and embraced Vrishab. "Very well, Vrishabhiji." Vrishab looked at the closed door. And then back at Suheldev. "By the blessings of Lord Krishna, our secret alliance remains a secret. I never did get to thank you properly for all the help you it must sent me in my years in the forests." Vrishab stepped back, continuing to hold Suheldev's arms. "That was the very least I could have done. You were risking your life. Risking it all for our motherland. Believe me, your help probably saved my life quite a few times. I'm glad to hear that and thank you for giving me the chance to serve my motherland. Serve it through you. I only wish I could have openly joined you." You're a much bigger help to me and our motherland while serving in the court of Kannauj, said Suheldev. Now, tell me, what is happening with King Ajitpal? He's not happy about your becoming king, but he will not attack you alone. Not without the army of Ghazni to support him. He cannot take on your confederacy of 21 kings and chieftains all by himself. The confederacy was a wise idea. My father was always wise. That he was. However, there is something you need to know. What? Asked Suheldev, intrigued. You have a traitor in your ranks. The gathering of 21 kings and chieftains rose to their feet as Suheldev entered the large hall. Suheldev had especially arranged to meet these 21 separately because they had agreed to Mangaldwaj's suggestion to form an alliance, a confederacy, against the Turks. Their small kingdoms and principalities had been carved out as the great imperial powers of North India had declined, giving way to many smaller states. Suheldev greeted everyone with a namaste, then gestured that they should take their seats. He sat down on the simple throne at one end of the hall, with his aides standing around him. Thank you, great kings, for honoring me with your presence, said Suheldev. My father had a vision. A vision that has come to fruition now. A vision that only when we are united, will we able to fight off foreign invaders like the barbarian Turks. I look around me and I see men whom I have admired all my life. Great sons of India, with the wisdom, strength, and patriotism to do what must be done to protect our motherland. Jai Ma Bharati. The fervent cry was echoed throughout the hall. Jai Ma Bharati. You agreed to be part of a confederacy led by my father. He was a great man and no one can ever truly replace him. But I will try my best to carry on his life's work and dream. And I intend to stick to the terms that had been agreed with my father. This confederacy will have only one aim, common defense against foreign invaders. We will not interfere in each other's internal affairs. The autonomy of each kingdom will always be respected. Here. We will create a common army to fight the foreigners. Your internal police will remain independent. One of the kings asked Suheldev, when do you see the Turks returning? They are fighting a civil war now. The snakes have given us time to prepare. But they will return. There is too much money in India. And they are poor compared to us. Whoever wins the civil war in Ghazni will need money to pay off his allies to buy loyalty. They will be back. We must not become complacent. We must use this time to prepare for war. Agreed. King Shankar, the ruler of Chatri and the oldest person in the room, stood up. Despite his advanced age, his voice was still firm and he commanded the respect of every person present at the conference. King Suheldev has spoken wisely. It is only a matter of time before the Turks return. If anyone can stop them, it is him. In the last few years, while the rest of us were living lives of luxury in our palaces, he was fighting the Turks and their lickspittles. He turned towards Suheldev and bowed. Your father was not just a great visionary and a brave warrior, he was also a loyal friend to all oppressed people. He was the first to extend diplomatic recognition to our kingdom, at a time when everybody else shunned us. I had the privilege of considering him a brother. I would be honored to call you my comrade in arms. I agree with your proposal. Let's create our own joint army. Long live King Suheldev. The others joined him one by one, till the whole hall resounded with their cheers. Suheldev stood up, folded his hands into a namaste, and, with humility, bowed his head. Then he raised his hand, gesturing for quiet. Thank you for your trust and support, great kings. I swear in the names of Lord Mahadev and Lord Ram, that I will never give you reason to regret it. I have some plans that I will announce in court tomorrow, but I wanted all of you to hear about them first. He gestured first to Abdul and Govardhan. Based on my experience of fighting the Turks, I believe that, apart from the regular army, we should also create 2 corps of light cavalry, who will serve as scouts and guides and carry out surprise attacks. Abdul and Govardhan will raise and lead these corps, which will include many of the people who were in my band. As Abdul and Govardhan bowed, Suheldev told them, make sure that each of your men gets at least some training from the 2 Buddhist monks. Those skills will come in handy. Next, Suheldev turned to Tashini. I have always believed that we need to encourage more women to join our armies. Our ancient militaries had many women warriors. They too have the same beating, patriotic heart that the menfolk have. Why should they not have the opportunity to defend our motherland? So, I plan to set up a volunteer regiment of women warriors. Tashini, you will command this regiment. We will call it the Makali Regiment. Tashini's face shone with delight. She bowed towards Suheldev and all the kings present. Moving on, it saddens me to tell you that there was a traitor in the court of Shrivasthi. Suheldev clapped his hands. Bring him in. The assembly gasped as some guards roughly shoved a man into the room. A man they all recognized. His hands were tied and his face was battered and bruised. He looked around the room with frightened eyes. Suheldev pointed at the prisoner. This wretch has huge land holdings and commanded 3,000 soldiers. But he was not satisfied with that. He has been conspiring against all of us with King Ajitpal of Kannauj, under the instructions of the scoundrel from Ghazni, Salamaksud. I would never have suspected him, but a source whom I trust completely told me about him. When confronted, he confessed. Mercy, my lord. I served your father faithfully. Forgive my mistake. Mercy. Suheldev looked at him grimly. I can give my life for a friend. And I have no hesitation in taking the life of an enemy. You condemned yourself the day you decided to conspire against me with an enemy of our kingdom. He gestured to the guards. Get him out of here. The man fell to the ground and began weeping loudly. The guards seized him by his arms and dragged him away, as he continued to plead for mercy. Every eye in the room followed him as he was hauled out. Suheldev waited till the prisoner had been taken away, then resumed speaking. There will be no mercy for traitors, but out of respect for his service to my father, I will grant him a quick death. The traitor's property will be confiscated, and he will be stripped of his military rank. He looked around the room, making sure that the message he wanted to convey had registered. From the grim looks on everybody's faces, it was clear that it had. There is one last thing, great kings, said Suheldev. I have read many of our ancient texts, our ancient stories. There is a tradition that was honored by all our gods. A tradition that we have forgotten. It is believed that when Lord Ram was preparing his army and his brothers for the final battle to establish his kingdom Maluha, he had done this. It is believed that Lady Sita, when she went to war, had done this. It is believed that when Lord Shiva, Lady Sati, and their sons, Lord Ganesh and Lord Karthik, would go to fight battles, they too would do this. It is believed that Lady Sati's sister, Lady Kali, joined them too. It is believed that everyone from Lord Parshuram to Lord Rudra, from Lady Mohini to Lord Krishna would do this. It was a good tradition. A tradition that we have forgotten. A tradition that we don't honor anymore. The kings looked at each other. Surprised. There are traditions from the past that divide us. And there are traditions from the past that unite us. What we honor from our past will decide our future. The choice is ours. Every one of the kings present had the same question. What tradition is King Suheldev speaking of? As a country, we have chosen to divide ourselves. And by dividing ourselves, we have chosen defeat over victory. Let us choose unity. Let us choose victory. Let us choose the traditions that support unity. The entire assembly remained silent. There was a time in ancient India when marriages were common across different communities. That supported unity. There was a time in India when we celebrated each other's festivals. That supported unity. There was a time when temples were open to all communities. That supported unity. There was a time when the same well gave water to everyone in the village. That supported unity. There was a time when we all ate together. That supported unity. Suheldev clapped his hands, and a truly gargantuan platter, carried by 10 people, was brought in. Various royal retainers followed, carrying dishes of food. In the traditions of our great gods like Lord Ram and Lord Shiva, let us all eat together, from one plate, to show that we are all, truly, united. We have all pledged our loyalty to our mother, to this great nation of India. By eating the food grown on her soil, her blessing, from one plate, we honor Ma Bharati. Silence descended upon the room. The kings exchanged glances. Raised from birth to believe in segregation in all personal matters like food and marriage, the notion of breaking caste rules to share a common plate was unnerving for several of them. Suheldev felt the need to give another push. Our motherland is calling out to us. Will her children keep dividing themselves? Or will they unite? As the silence lengthened uncomfortably, Suheldev's face began to redden. In frustration. In anger. Then Govardhan stepped forward. Govardhan was born a Kshatriya, and that too in a royal family. Therefore, he was, technically, the highest caste member in the chamber, according to the so-called rules of caste hierarchy. Govardhan looked at Suheldev, then spoke up in a loud, ringing voice. For the words were meant for the entire assembly. We have fought together, killed together, and bled together. The brotherhood forged in battle is stronger than any rules written in any book. I am a proud Kshatriya. And I am proud to call you my king, prouder to call you my guide and proudest to call you my brother. Then the Tomar commander turned to the other kings. I am no expert on our scriptures. I know very little of what is written in them. But I do know this, if we don't stop stupidly dividing ourselves, we will lose everything to those foreign barbarians. And our culture, our land, our temples, our dharma, will all be destroyed. Govardhan sat down next to the massive plate. He looked up at all those gathered around him. I don't know about you all, but I am starving. Saying this, he tore a piece of roti, dunked it in a bowl of dal, and put it in his mouth. Suheldev, his eyes moist, sat down and started eating too. Slowly, all the kings shuffled up to the massive platter, one by one, and took a bite of the food. Suheldev gestured for Abdul and Tashini to join them too. And they did. They were supposed to take just a symbolic bite from the thali. But everyone ate their entire meal together. From that one large plate. Children of Mother India. United. A bond forged in blood was consecrated with what Indians are most passionate about, food. I've thought it over deeply, Suhel said Tashini. She seemed to be hesitating. Her eyes were moist. But I think no. What do you mean, no? Asked Suheldev, immediately agitated. It had been a few weeks since the gathering of the 21 kings at the Shravasti Royal Hall. Having consolidated his rule and commenced the building of a massive army, Suheldev had wanted to do what his mother had given him permission for. What his heart wanted to do. So he had asked Tashini for her hand in marriage. But, to his surprise, Tashini had refused to answer immediately, and instead asked for time to think it over. Her answer, after a week, had left Suheldev hurt and confused. Suhel, said Tashini. You know I care deeply for you and this is the way to show it, right? Asked Suheldev, his anger showing on his face. He was still mourning his father. His heart was raw and filled with grief. And the natural reaction of a grief-stricken heart to more Pam, is anger. Listen to me, Suhel, said Tashini calmly, finally able to get a hold over her emotions. I am not going anywhere but this is not the right time. Remember what your father asked of you. Remember what he demanded. Never ever stop fighting. Not until the Turcock threat to Mother India is completely finished. What does this have to do with my marriage? I will not get distracted. You will not allow me to get distracted. You don't need me for that, Suhel. I know you will never get distracted. I know you will never stop fighting for the motherland. Not until you have even one breath left in your body. Then why? Why hurt me like this? Because you will not be fighting alone. What? Who cares what other people think? What does that have to do with listen to me, Suhel? You need an army willing to die for you. And I have always agreed with you that India does not lack in brave men and women. We have the bravest people in the world. Our problem has always been that we'd much rather fight each other than a common enemy. We are too divided for our own good. What in Lord Shiva's name does that have to do with my marriage? We Indians overthink everything, Suhel. Yes, we do. You are doing it right now. Tashini smiled sadly. No, I am not. But many of your noble followers will. They will keep thinking of what will happen to them after the war with the Turks is over. Will you become too powerful? Will you become the new emperor of North India? Will they lose their independence? That's ridiculous. We aren't even sure that we will defeat the Turks. They have faith in your generalship, Suhel, and that is the problem. For they assume that you will lead them to victory. They are not thinking about tomorrow. They are thinking about the day after tomorrow. Suheldev took a deep breath. What does this have to do with my marriage? Think about the greatest empire builder in recent Indian history. Guru Chanakya. Chanakya, the main advisor to Emperor Chandragupta, was considered by most to be the builder of the great Mauryan Empire, which encompassed almost all of the Indian subcontinent, and beyond. Why did people follow him? Not just because he was brilliant. Not just because he was a fantastic organizer. Not just because he was ruthless. Suheldev finally understood what Tashini was saying. Because it was also obvious that he had no personal stake in the empire building project exactly. Nobody would even dream that Guru Chanakya had any selfish interest in building the empire. If your followers start thinking that you have some selfish interest in this war, will they go all the way for you? They should never think that you are fighting for your dynasty, or your children, or your own personal kingdom. They must believe that you have no selfish interest in this war. There is a reason that most of the greatest leaders in Indian history have been single, almost like Saini Sis. Because then their followers believe that this leader is committed only to the people. Nobody wants a Dhritarashtra for a leader. Everyone wants a Lord Ram. If we Indians trust the intentions of our leader, we will go to any extent for him or her. But Tashini knew that Suheldev would bring up what his mother had said. She smiled. Suhel, I have known you for a long time. You are so steeped in Dharma that you will never ever become monstrous like the Turks. Suheldev shook his head. And sighed. You know what I'm saying is right, said Tashini. It's unfair. Of course, it is. To both you and me. But we must bear this unfairness. For Mother India. Suheldev remained silent. Unhappy. I'm not going anywhere. I have the Makali regiment to raise. I am here. Let's win the war. Let's see off the Turks. And then we'll see. Suheldev shook his head and looked down at the ground. Unhappy and resigned. Chapter 23 Gazai, 1033 AD. The gigantic soldier tightened his grip, squeezing down hard on Maksud's throat with his right hand. His left hand had firmly clamped down the hand in which Maksud held his sword. Maksud gasped for breath and tried desperately to loosen his adversary's grip, but the giant was too strong, even for the bulky Maksud. Maksud elaked and punched the man, but it had no effect. His strength was beginning to fade and darkness began descending before his eyes. Suddenly, the giant grunted and his chokehold eased slightly. Then his face contorted into an expression of agony as he released Maksud and clutched at his back, into which a long dagger had been thrust. He swiveled his neck, groaning in tremendous pain, and saw his attacker. Kirim. Raw fury shone on Kirim's angelic face as he twisted the dagger further in, ramming it through brutally till it pierced the man's heart. As the giant dropped dead to the ground, Maksud coughed and drew deep, rasping breaths. He winced as he gently rubbed his bruised neck. His hazel eyes had become bloodshot and moist. His usually wavy hair was slicked down with sweat. Maksud continued massaging his neck, soothing it, trying to draw in deep breaths into his oxygen-starved body. It had been more than 2 years since Suheldev had formed his confederacy and started raising a standing army. Not that Maksud had been tracking events in India. The civil war in Ghazni had dragged on for a long time. A very long time. As Salo Maksud felt his strength returning slowly, he looked at Kirim. The love of his life. Kirim stood protectively in front of Maksud, his back towards him, his sword drawn against any threats. But there were no major threats left. Maksud looked at the prone body of Azure, the giant Assyrian soldier that Kirim had just led. Maksud spat on the corpse. The bastard nearly got me. He rose slowly, waving away the offer of support from Kirim. Then he looked at the badly wounded figure who lay a few meters ahead. Mohammed, the younger son of Mahmud of Ghazni, was prone on the ground, bleeding from multiple wounds. As he had collapsed, Maksud and his men had rushed to capture him, even as Mohammed's elite guards had made a last, furious attempt to protect him. Azure, whom Kirim had just killed, had been Mohammed's personal bodyguard, his constant companion and protector since he was a child. With his death, Mohammed was truly alone for the first time in his life. Maksud ran his fingers through his damp hair. He took his time doing it, deliberately drawing out the tension for the man lying in front of him. As Maksud's shadow fell on him, Mohammed made an effort to get to his feet. He managed to push himself up on all fours, but his exhausted body was unable to rise any further. Maksud patted his back gently, almost tenderly. "The war is over, cousin," he whispered softly. Then he kneed Mohammed viciously in the ribs. Mohammed howled in pain and toppled back to the ground, where he lay, utterly spent. "In the name of Allah, kill me, get it over with." Maksud shook his head. "Your brother will decide what to do with you. But I'm sure it won't be anything as merciful as a quick death." He turned to some of his men who had gathered around him. "Tie him up. Keep him isolated and well guarded. Maksud, whatever my brother Shahid has offered you, I will double it," yelled Mohammed, finding a burst of energy in his desperation. "Just let me go." Maksud walked up to Mohammed, bent down, and caressed his face. His cousin shuddered and tried to back away. "Do you know why you are such a pathetic leader, cousin?" asked Maksud. His tone was cold and cruel, almost like he was disgusted that he had to speak to this miserable man. "It is because you simply do not understand men and their motivations. If you truly understood me, you would know that my loyalty is not for sale. You have nothing of your great father in you." Maksud gestured to his men. They hauled Mohammed to his feet and dragged him away. Then Maksud turned to Kirim. His eyes warm and affectionate. A broad smile on his face. He spoke in a gentle, loving tone. It was almost like he was a different man. "So, how many times have you saved my life by now?" Kirim smiled and embraced Maksud. "It's not right for me to keep track of how many times I save my own heart." Maksud smiled and caressed Kirim's face. Maksud drew the curtain aside and entered the tent, to find Kirim waiting for him. It had been only a day since they had captured Mohammed, effectively bringing an end to the long drawn-out civil war among the Turks. They were on their way back to Ghazni with the prisoner. It would be up to Shahid, the elder brother of Mohammed and the new heir to the Ghazni throne, to decide how justice would be served. Maksud had ordered his troops to camp for the night. They would recommence their journey to Ghazni the next morning. "How are you?" asked Kirim to Maksud, smiling, as he signaled to one of Maksud's servants, who immediately brought a bucket of warm water. Maksud dunked his head in the bucket and stayed in that position for a while. He finally emerged with his hair and beard soaking wet. Playfully, he shook his head, sending drops of water flying onto Kirim. The slave gave his lover an indulgent smile, but remained silent. Maksud dismissed the manservant. They were alone now. "How long have you been a slave to the Sultanate?" asked Maksud. Kirim shrugged his shoulders. "To be honest, I have lost count." Maksud walked over to Kirim and affectionately stroked his face. "I can ask Lord Shahid for anything, since I have delivered the Sultanate to him. I will ask for your freedom." Kirim smiled, stepped closer and kissed Maksud gently. "But even if the Sultanate frees me, I will always remain your slave." Maksud smiled and kissed Kirim back. They held each other for a long time, drawing strength and love from each other. "And I know the other thing that I have to ask from the Sultan," said Maksud as he laughed and patted Kirim's backside. Kirim pulled back. His good humor suddenly vanished. He seemed distressed. Maksud's shoulders sagged. He had known this day would come when the civil war ended. He knew that he had to do it. But he didn't want to see Kirim upset. "Kirim, my love, listen to me. India is Maksud. Sometimes I think that you don't even care about what I want," interrupted Kirim. "It's not like that, my love. But you know that I have to know, you don't have to. Your oath to Sultan Mahmud means nothing anymore. The Sultan has been dead for some years now. Kirim, you have done enough for Ghazni. You have done enough for the Sultanate. Now let's forget all this and get away from here. Just you and me. Forget India. Forget the conquest of that land." "I can't do that." "Why not?" "I've told you before. The oath means nothing now. It's not about my oath to Sultan Mahmud." "Then why can't you forget about India?" "Because I can't." "Why?" "You have to answer me." "Because I want it. I want to rule that land. I want to rule those people." Kirim held his breath. He closed his eyes and shook his head. The wealth of India, the richest land in the world, had seduced his love. Kirim held Maksud's hand as he said tenderly, "Listen to me, my darling, wealth means nothing. Wasn't it our own great Imam who advised that we should treat wealth like it is the dirt below our feet? For when dirt comes above your head, it becomes your grave." Maksud's eyes became hard as stone. "I am going there, Kirim. I am going to conquer India. And you will sit by my side when I rule it? Is that clear?" Kirim remained silent. An expression of misery and sadness on his face. The sadness of one who cannot save the one he loves. "Is that clear?" Kirim nodded. "Yes." "Welcome, great Khwaja Hassan," said Maksud, bowing his head slightly to the Prime Minister of Ghazni. "Please make yourself comfortable." Maksud knew that he had to show respect to the Persian Prime Minister of Ghazni. Effete and always focused on money, someone like Khwaja Hassan was an obvious figure of ridicule for the warlike Maksud. But Hassan was a survivor. He was the Prime Minister to Sultan Mahmud for many years, and had now inveigled himself into the inner circle of the new Sultan, Shahid. Hassan smiled and sat down. This was Maksud's private palace. He lived away from his parents and other family members. Hassan glanced at Kirim, who was standing a little farther away. "How are you doing, fair Kirim?" Kirim bowed low in respect towards the Prime Minister, bringing his right open palm up to his forehead, in the traditional Persian form of greeting. "I am well, great Prime Minister." Hassan appreciated the respect shown by Kirim to his native Persian culture. Something that the ruling warrior classes, neither the Turks nor the Arabs, ever showed. The Prime Minister turned back to Maksud. "The Sultan is pleased with you, great Salah Maksud. I come bearing many rich gifts from him. He has also instructed me to inform you that his offer still stands. You can choose the governorship of any province you desire. Ask for anything you want. You will be denied nothing." Maksud smiled. I only ask for two things. The noble Sultan knows what they are. Hassan beamed. With a flourish, he handed over a sealed letter to Maksud. The proclamation of freedom for your friend. Maksud grabbed the scroll and glanced at Kirim before tearing the seal apart. He rolled the scroll open and read it twice, looking more and more happy with every word he read. He looked at Kirim again and smiled. A warm and loving smile. Then he turned back to Hassan. Is there anything else? Hassan smiled even more broadly as he said, yes, there is something else. The Prime Minister reached into his pouch and took out another scroll. This time with even more flourish. Salam Maksud grabbed the scroll like a child lunging for his favorite sweets. He quickly broke the seal and started reading, impatiently racing through the flowery language and pompous phrases till he came to the all-important part. In appreciation of your courageous service and unwavering loyalty to the Empire of Ghazni, His Majesty the Sultan, in his boundless graciousness and generosity, is pleased to appoint you Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Army. You are directed to assume charge of your new post with immediate effect, and begin preparations forthwith for an invasion of India. To this end, you are authorized to gather all the men and resources of the army, leaving behind only the brigades required to safeguard the realm, and proceed to India in order to bring it under the light of the true faith, and the benevolent and just rule of His Majesty, Sultan Amir-i-Shahid. The letter had been signed by the Sultan, and affixed with the seal of the Sebuktajan Ghaznavid Empire. Maksud's expression was triumphant. This would be an invasion on a far larger scale than anything even Mahmud had mounted. The late Sultan had simply conducted raids and returned once his goals had been achieved. But Maksud aimed to conquer and rule India. He turned to Kirim once again, his excitement and anticipation clearly visible on his face. Kirim, on the other hand, did a very good job of hiding his true thoughts. Congratulations, great general, said Kirim loudly. India will soon be at Ghazni's feet. Maksud smiled. He turned back to Hassan, raised the scroll and said, please convey my complete and utter gratefulness to the great Sultan for this noble gesture. I will conquer India soon and add it to his sultanate. The Sultan expects nothing less, said Hassan. He seemed to hesitate a bit before he continued speaking. May I ask you something? Of course, Prime Minister. You could easily live a life of luxury as one of the most powerful men in Ghazni. Why are you so hell-bent on embarking on another tough campaign? Maksud carefully rolled up the letter, then looked up at Hassan. I had made a promise to my uncle, the late Sultan Mahmud. I had vowed that I would conquer all of India and turn that domain of infidels into a land of believers. I made that vow after he told me that he believed I was the only man capable of fulfilling his vision. Yes. A vision that the great Sultan Shahid shares as well. Of course, Hassan didn't know that Maksud intended to not just conquer and convert, but to rule India as well, at least North India. And with the fabled riches and vast resources of that territory in his control, he would be one of the most powerful men in the world. Certainly more powerful than Sultan Shahid. Perhaps rivaling the Song Emperor of China. Or, if fate was kind, even stronger than the most powerful man in the world, the mighty Chola Emperor Rajendra, who ruled all of southern and eastern India, along with most of Southeast Asia. Hassan bowed and left. As soon as he did so, Maksud turned to Kirim. Summon the officers for a meeting right away. We have lots of preparations to make. We're going back to India. And you will be leading a regiment, Commander. Chapter 24 Emperor Rajendra Chola frowned as he finished reading the scroll, then stared at the person who had brought it to him. Kashinath kept his face impassive, trying hard to ensure that his nervousness was not visible. But Kashinath's nerves were understandable. It was not every day that one met the most powerful man in the world. And if they had to fight the Turkok hordes in the north, they needed the emperor's help. The negotiation was particularly difficult. For Kashinath was asking for help against Salam Maksud, who had already entered northwestern India. and was blazing a trail of destruction. And while asking for help, Kashinath was offering nothing tangible in return to Rajendra Chola. No money. No land. No offerings of submission. Swarthy, tall, and well-built, with a handlebar mustache, Emperor Rajendra Chola was one of the greatest conquerors India had ever seen. His conquests included the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, Sri Lanka, and the Maldives. He had successfully raided Malaysia and Indonesia and brought them under his control. The Elangdams of Thailand and Cambodia paid him tribute and were therefore, nominally, a part of his empire. Earlier, having established his supremacy in South India, he had marched right up to the Ganga River, defeating the Pala rulers of Bengal and Bihar along the way. To commemorate that historic expedition, and in what was clearly a very emotional moment for the mighty monarch, he had taken on the title Ganga Khandan, the one who brought the waters of the holy Ganga. He had even had a new capital city built, named Ganga Khanda Cholapuram. It was hard to be in the presence of such a man and not be awed. Rajendra stared at Kashinath, letting the silence play out uncomfortably. Kashinath continued to stand, his hands folded respectfully in a namaste. Silent. Waiting for the great man's decision. The stakes were very high. Rajendra finally broke the silence. He spoke softly, but his deep baritone could be heard clearly. Let me get this straight. Akang is actually inviting me to send my army into his kingdom. Great Arya, said Kashinath to Rajendra Chola with utmost respect, for the king was among the most noble in India. My master, King Suheldev, is only seeking your help against the Turks. What's to stop me from taking over his kingdom myself? Asked Rajendra. King Suheldev acknowledges you to be an emperor with great vision. The Turks are a menace not just to any one Elangdam, but to all of India. The more Indian kingdoms they defeat, the more resources they get and the more powerful they become. Wouldn't it be better to help stop their invasion early on? Rajendra pursed his lips and went back to staring at Kashinath thoughtfully. Great Emperor, continued Kashinath, isn't it more desirable for you to have your fellow Indians at your borders, rather than the savage Turks? Rajendra smiled. So, you think I cannot defend my land from those barbarians from Central Asia? Of course you can defend your land, my lord, said Kashinath humbly. That's another reason for you to help us. Rajendra Chola frowned, clearly not understanding Kashinath's point. Kashinath clarified. North India may not be a part of your empire, my lord. But it is a part of your land. Bound by the Himalayas to the north, washed by the western and eastern seas at the arms, and by the Indian Ocean at its feet, Mother India is the land of all of us. We cannot allow foreign thugs to defile our mother. Rajendra Chola remained silent. But the sentiment on his face was obvious. Kashinath knew that Rajendra was a staunch devotee of Lord Shiva. Remember what these barbarians did to the great temple of Lord Shiva at Somnath, my lord. King Suheldev is also a devotee of Lord Shiva. In fact, King Suheldev's elder brother died defending the Somnathji temple. Rajendra suddenly held his breath. Kashinath noticed that the mighty Chola had clenched his fists. What was his elder brother's name? Asked Rajendra softly. Prince Malidev, my lord. Rajendra Chola remained silent. Apparently impassive. In his mind, the great Chola whispered a soft prayer to Lord Shiva, pleading with the Mahadev, the god of gods, to bless the brave Malidev's soul. Finally, he nodded. You will get your answer tomorrow, noble Kashinath. Kashinath bowed low in respect to the emperor, and said loudly, Jai Ma Bharati. Glory to Mother India. Victory to Mother India. Rajendra Chola looked surprised at the unorthodox farewell greeting from Kashinath. Unorthodox words for what was, essentially, a diplomatic visit. No words of praise from the diplomat for his king. No words of praise for the gods. Praise. Only for the motherland. Only for India. The words were in a form of Prakrit, the common language of the part of India where Suheldev lived. But the emperor knew what the words meant. Rajendra Chola smiled, and replied, Bharata Thavajga. Those words were in Rajendra Chola's native tongue, Tamil. But Kashinath knew what they meant. He had learned a little bit of Tamil along the journey to Cholapuram. He smiled and bowed his head again. He knew the answer he would get the next day. Bharata Thavajga. Long live our mother India. A little while later, 4 men sat closeted in a sparsely decorated but elegant room. The private chamber of Rajendra Chola. Along with the great emperor were his eldest son, the crown prince Rajadhiraja, his commander-in-chief, Senapati Kurtavarman, and the leader of his intelligence services and special forces, Narsinghan. Rajendra began without any preamble. Why should we get involved? We have already done what needed to be done. That scum of the earth, Mahmud, has been killed. The Somnathar Mahadev's honor has been avenged. We have no stake in this battle between the North Indians and Salam Maksud. And why should we fight for those in the north who have made an obsession out of nonviolence? Those who follow Lord Buddha look down on us Hindus as violent and conservative. Even the Hindus up north have been influenced by Buddhism. You may be right, Appa, Rajadhiraja said politely to his father. It may be that the nonviolent liberals up north are incapable of defending themselves. It may be that the nonviolent liberals are sanctimonious and supercilious towards us. But, they are still our nonviolent liberals. If some foreign barbarian attacks them, we have to come to their defense. And perhaps, finally, those nonviolent liberals will realize the importance of us aggressive Shivaite Hindus to the culture of India. Rajendra Chola laughed. We don't need their approval, son. Narsinghan bowed and said, with all due respect, great lord, as it is my job to collect information about all kings, great and small, I have done a little research on King Suheldev. He is different. He spent several years waging a guerrilla campaign against the Turks. He is a new warrior. He fights to win. Then we should help him, said Rajadhiraja promptly. We should send the cursed Turks running back to their foul land with their tails tucked between their legs. Rajendra turned towards Kurtavarman. What do you say? Kurtavarman rubbed his jaw thoughtfully. I leave the political decisions to you, great emperor. What worries me are the logistics. Even if you were to give the order right now, it would take us time to mobilize the army. Then we would have to march them all the way up to Shravasti. We would almost certainly arrive too late to be of any use. For as Lord Kashinath said, Salam Maksud has already entered India. There was silence for a while. The 3 men waited patiently for Rajendra to speak. From their long association with him, they knew the emperor had probably made up his mind right at the start of the meeting, but wanted to hear as many opinions as possible before announcing his decision. They also knew what the decision would be. They knew what Rajendra Chola had done to Mahmud of Ghazni. They knew what he had done for the idol of the holy Somnath temple. They knew he would not allow the Turks back into India. Even if he had no clear personal benefit from stopping them. Rajendra spoke finally. The Turks are a long-term threat to India. When we carried out the assassination of Mahmud, and triggered a civil war in Ghazni, I thought the problem had been taken care of for good. But it looks like we have to worry about the wolf's cubs too. The great Chola leaned forward, and his men came close to him. He whispered, so, here's what we'll do. Chapter 25. Ajitpal bowed deeply as Maksud dismounted. Lord Maksud, it is an honor to welcome you to Kannauj. Maksud nodded curtly and looked around. King Ajitpal. You needn't have ridden all the way to the border to greet me personally. You could have waited in the capital city. Maksud deliberately used the term king to refer to Ajitpal, rather than emperor, which he knew was the preferred title of his Indian ally. Not at all, my lord, said Ajitpal obsequiously. It is my pleasure to personally escort you through my empire. Please come, the refreshments are ready. Ajitpal led Maksud into a spacious tent and gestured at a large table heaped with dishes and carafes. "The finest food and wine in all of North India awaits, my lord." Maksud wrinkled his nose at the spread. "I am not in the mood for alcohol, King Ajitpal. As for food, I rather doubt that you would have the kind of meat I like." He paused, then cocked his neck to one side and stared at Ajitpal. "Or do you?" Ajitpal gulped nervously and a trickle of sweat ran down his face. "My lord, there is chicken, lamb, peacock, partridge, camel, almost every kind of meat." "Almost," emphasized Maksud deliberately. He continued to stare at Ajitpal, gloating as he watched him squirm. Briefly, he debated whether to order Ajitpal to serve him some beef. Then, from the corner of his eye, he caught a slight frown on Kirim's face and an almost imperceptible shake of the head. "Oh well, I will make do with water and sample some of these dishes," said Maksud finally. Ajitpal almost slumped to the ground in relief. Maksud concealed his amusement, then frowned as he saw Ajitpal's minister, Vrishab, talking in a low voice to an attendant. "Is something bothering you?" he demanded of the minister. Vrishab immediately bowed, hands folded. "Forgive me if I have offended you in any way, my lord. I was simply giving some last-minute instructions. We have a grand reception lined up for you at the nearest town." Maksud grunted. "I fear that by the time we finally get to the battlefield, my soldiers will be so fattened by all your hospitality that they will be in no shape to fight. The army of Kannauj will fight side by side with yours, my lord," said Ajitpal. "My house prides itself on always standing by its friends." "Yes, I'm well aware of the illustrious traditions of your dynasty, and how well you are following it," said Maksud dryly. To his surprise, Ajitpal actually preened at the barely disguised sarcasm. Once again masking his amusement, Maksud gestured to Ajitpal. "Come, great king, let us do justice to this feast your cooks have prepared. Please do me the honor of sharing a plate with me." He picked up a plate, noting that it was made of silver, and began heaping various items on it. "I insist that you take the first bite," added Maksud, personally offering a morsel to Ajitpal. "If there's any poison, the fat toad will be the one to die." Ajitpal hesitated. "My lord, you do me too much honor." "Not at all," said Maksud smoothly. "It is the least I can do for such a dear ally." Ajitpal looked at Vrishab, who gave the slightest of nods. With a resigned look, Ajitpal ate from Maksud's hand, as though he were a pet. From the corner of his eye, Maksud scanned the reactions of Ajitpal's advisors. Shame and revulsion briefly crossed most of their faces before being quickly suppressed. Only Vrishab remained completely nonchalant. "They're upset that their precious emperor has been polluted by eating from my hands. The hands of a Mlech barbarian. Well, they'd better get used to it. He's not an emperor anymore. He's my stooge, to do with as I like." A few hours later, Maksud and Ajitpal rode side by side through a richly decorated gateway into the town of Hars Aran, the first major urban center that one encountered after entering the Elangdom of Kannauj. There were flowers scattered all over the path on which they were riding. Residents of the town had been ordered to line up on both sides of the road and cheer as the two men rode by, preceded by a large number of infantrymen and followed by a sizable cavalry contingent. As a precaution, and based on the demands of the Turks, Ajitpal had ordered that all the weapons of the Hars Aran citizenry be confiscated. The weapons were to be returned to them when the Turks left a few weeks later. "Welcome to Hars Aran, my lord," said Ajitpal. As the name suggests, this town prides itself on offering shelter to everyone who comes here, regardless of caste, creed, or nationality. It is a major trading center and people of different faiths have lived here in peace for generations. Maksud had barely opened his mouth to reply when a clump of mud flew close to Ajitpal. Startled, he hauled back on the reins of his horse. The animal reared up, almost throwing him off. Ajitpal struggled to regain control of the animal. By the time he succeeded, his guards had surrounded him. A few of them dashed into the crowd and pulled out the man who had thrown the mud. He was a bedraggled old man on crutches, with just one leg, long white hair that hung down his back and a crazed look in his eyes. Ajitpal was livid. He yelled loudly, "How dare you insult your emperor? You are the one who is insulting the memory of your brave father, Ajitpal," shouted the aged cripple. "I was a soldier in the army of Kannauj. I lost a leg fighting for this empire. I never thought I would see the day when the emperor of Kannauj would lick the boots of a foreign invader." There was a stunned silence in the crowd. The old man was only vocalizing what practically all the citizens of Hars Aran felt about their ruler. But nobody expected such open defiance. The old man turned to Salam Maksud. "Our ruler is a coward. But we common Kannaujias still have spines. We will never bow to a foreign plunderer." The man hawked loudly and spat a gob at Maksud, which landed on his leg. There was an audible gasp from the crowd. People began to mutter loudly. This had gone too far. Even if they were angry with their emperor, many believed it was against Dharma to insult a guest in such a manner. Some of the crowd started pulling the old man back, telling him to calm down. Maksud, who had been observing Ajitpal's discomfiture with a sly smile, flushed red at this insult. He had already reached for his sword when he felt a hand on his back. It was Kirim. The whisper from the Turkic slave was soft. "We need this city as a base. Remember the main objective. Let me handle this." With great effort, Maksud controlled himself. In the meanwhile, the old man was still struggling against his fellow citizens, showing surprising strength for his age. He was screaming constantly about the bravery of the common citizens of Kannauj. Kirim dismounted, walked up to the crippled old soldier and put a comforting hand on his shoulder. "My friend, we were enemies before, but not now. Today, the great empire of Ghazni and the noble kingdom of Kannauj are _ get away from me," the veteran screamed agitatedly, interrupting Kirim. He pulled away from the Turk. While doing so, the old soldier also pushed hard against a Hars Aran citizen holding him back. And he lost his footing. As he lurched forward suddenly with his crutch to balance himself, his head collided with Kirim's face. The blow was almost like a brutal headbutt. Blood burst forth from the Turk's nose and mouth as he swayed briefly on his feet. Then he fell flat on his back, his head banging hard on the ground. Unconscious. Maksud erupted in fury. Roaring with rage, he drew his sword and slashed at the old man, chopping his head off with one mighty blow. But Maksud's anger was still not spent. He jumped off his horse, ran to the veteran's beheaded body, and hacked at it in a frenzy. Repeatedly, blood burst forth in all directions. The common people began to scream in terror. Some gathered the courage to start protesting against Maksud's brutality. Soldiers of the army Asaf Ghazni and Kannauj immediately formed a protective wall around Maksud and Ajitpal, ordering the citizens of Hars Aran to stand back. But the crowd started shouting even more loudly, screaming that the old veteran did not deserve to be killed. "My lord, this is going to turn into a riot," Vrishab told Ajitpal. "Please calm Lord Maksud down and let's get out of here." Ajitpal gulped nervously. But he remained paralyzed, unable to move. Maksud was still hacking away at the old soldier's body, seeming to be in a mad frenzy. By then, the entire crowd had become agitated. They began yelling slogans and pushing at the wall formed by the soldiers of Kannauj, who were reluctant to strike at their own citizens. They had not even drawn their weapons. The Ghazni soldiers, however, had already pulled out their swords, clearly itching to kill, but held back by the absence of an order from their general. A Turkic commander went up as close to Maksud as he dared and said in an urgent voice, "My lord." Maksud came out of his hysterical rage and looked around, assessing the situation. He closed his eyes for only an instant. But as soon as he opened them, he appeared calm. When he spoke, his voice was measured. This man attacked a commander of the Ghazni army. He should have been tortured and killed slowly over many days, but he got off lightly because I lost my temper. However, it seems the people of Hars Aran have not learned anything. I will teach them a lesson that no one in Connaught will ever forget. He turned to the officer accompanying him. Destroy the home of every Kafir in this town. Not one brick should be left standing. Kill every male unbeliever man, boy, or infant. Enslave the women and girls, and sell them to brothels used by our soldiers. Spare only the believers. Report to me when it is done. Ajitpal was flabbergasted. What? Please, my lord, no. Maksud ignored the emperor as he lifted Kirim and laid him across his horse. Then he mounted behind Kirim's prone body, turned his horse around and galloped out of the town. Ajitpal hesitated, then followed. Behind them, screams began to ring out as Maksud's soldiers began their grim task. The streets have turned red. The wells are choked with corpses of people who jumped in trying to escape the soldiers. The smoke from the burning homes is so thick that you can barely see your own hand. But even that could not prevent me from witnessing unspeakable horrors. I have seen soldiers raping pregnant women and leaving them to die bleeding. I have no fear of hell anymore. It cannot be worse than what I have already seen in Hars Aran. In the Connaught royal tent, housed within the Turkic army camp, Ajitpal was sitting on his travelling throne, listening to a thin man giving his report of what was happening in Hars Aran. The thin man, named Subhash, was part of a network of spies painstakingly nurtured by Vrishab over the years. Vrishab patted the man gently on the shoulder. Go and try to get some rest, Subhash. As soon as Subhash had left, the Prime Minister turned to Ajitpal. My lord, thousands of our countrymen have already died. Please, I beg you, at least now go and plead with Lord Maksud to put an end to the slaughter. The town can be razed to the ground, but at least let us try to save some lives. A king's duty, first and foremost, is to protect his people. Please try to follow your dharma to some extent. Ajitpal put down the goblet of wine that he was holding. His hands shook, his eyes were bloodshot and his face was completely ashen. What kind of men are these? If they can do this with their friends. Vrishab shook his head sadly. They don't think of us as their friends, my lord. We are simply their playthings, to be fondled or slaughtered as they please. You have made a deal with the devil. It is still not too late. You can regain your honor and dignity if we call off this alliance and enough, said Ajitpal sharply, holding up a hand. Be careful, Vrishab. You are very close to uttering treasonous talk. I will go and speak to Maksud and ask him to call off his men. But there is no question of going back on this alliance. It was only a short while later that Ajitpal was waiting outside General Maksud's tent. The Turkic guards had refused to let him enter. They had refused to even announce his arrival to Maksud. Ajitpal was ordered to wait. And Ajitpal, the emperor of Connaught, descendant of men who until very recently had ruled large tracts of northern India, inheritor of a great dynasty about whom songs were still sung, swallowed his pride, and waited. Like a supplicant. Inside the tent, Kirim was lying on a large bed placed in the center, bandages on his nose and head. Apparently, he had suffered a serious concussion as well. Strict bed rest had been advised. Maksud was sitting on a chair placed next to the bed, concern and worry writ large on his face. Please. I beg you. Stop the carnage. Kirim whispered to Maksud. They are common civilians, they are not soldiers. This is wrong. You are too kind-hearted, said Maksud firmly, even as he gently caressed Kirim's hand. They have to be taught a lesson. Kirim began to shake his head, then winced as the movement sent a pang of pain shooting through his being. So many innocent lives lost because of me, I can't bear it. They are not innocent. They dared to hurt you. Suddenly Maksud looked towards the tent curtains and screamed loudly, where the hell is the doctor? He was told to do something about Kirim's pain. The chief guard spoke loudly from beyond the curtain, nervous. "He is waiting outside, my lord." The reply from Maksud was immediate. "Then send him in, you moron." The doctor drew aside the curtain and rushed in, being careful to push the curtain back in place. The guard glanced at Ajitpal, then looked back towards the curtain and gulped nervously before he spoke, "My lord, Emperor Ajitpal is also waiting here for you." No response. Ajitpal spoke up. "Great general, if I may request a little bit of your time." Kirim held Maksud's hand and squeezed gently. Maksud sighed, and then ordered loudly, "Come in." Ajitpal immediately drew the curtain aside and entered the tent. He found Maksud staring at him. A long, hard, cold stare. Ajitpal felt his guts turn to water. Maksud took a deep breath, like he was trying desperately to control himself. Then he smiled slightly, the disdain he felt towards Ajitpal clear on his face. He spoke with polite sarcasm, "Great Emperor, why are you standing there? Please come, have a seat. What can I do for you?" Ajitpal shuffled uncomfortably to the seat indicated by Maksud but did not sit down. He looked at Kirim and then back at Maksud. "General Maksud, I hope the commander is well." Maksud nodded, a cold expression back on his face. But before he could speak, there was a commotion outside the tent. Maksud frowned irritably. "What the hell is going on out there? I thought I had given a clear order for silence." A Turkic officer came rushing into the tent. "My lord, our troops have captured some fellow called Tarik who is a resident of Hars Aran. Though he is one of the faithful, he was sheltering some Kafir neighbors in his home. When our men found out and tried to drag them out of his house, he fought our soldiers. He killed 2 and badly wounded 3. Since you had said no believer should be harmed, he has not been killed. The men want to know what to do with him." "Son of a," growled Maksud, standing up. "These bloody Indian Muslims. Bring him in here." Tarik was dragged in. A tall, broad-shouldered man, he struggled and cursed even though he had been badly battered and his hands were tightly tied together. His eyes were little more than puffy slits after the beating he had received. He found it difficult to see clearly. The first man he noticed was Ajitpal. "Traitor," roared Tarik, his rage against the emperor of his land beyond breaking point. Maksud sniggered at Ajitpal's obvious discomfort. Then Tarik turned and noticed Maksud. And his jaw dropped in shock. The stunned Tarik's whisper was barely audible. "Aslan." The voice reached Kirim's ears clearly. The alarm on his face was obvious for an instant. He looked briefly at Ajitpal and Maksud. Then he immediately controlled himself, remaining silent. But Maksud looked at Tarik nonchalantly, giving the impression that he hadn't understood anything. "Who the hell is Aslan?" "You son of a dog," bellowed Tarik, with a sudden burst of furious energy. Tarik rushed towards Maksud. But he was stopped in almost no time by the Turkic soldiers, who began pummeling him once again. Brutally. Without respite. The tent flap parted and an officer of the Ghazni army entered. "Prime Minister Vrishab," said the officer, "Lord Maksud wishes to see you." Vrishab smiled. "And what if I don't wish to see him?" "There are 10 soldiers standing outside the tent, sir. I respect your age and position, so I would much rather not have to call them in. Please don't force me to." Vrishab was genuinely surprised. "You're very polite for an all-conquering Turk. What's your name, if I may ask?" "Ozgur, sir," said the man. Vrishab stepped up and looked at Ozgur keenly. You don't look like a noble, if you'll pardon my saying so. Neither are you a young man. But you're an officer, which can only mean that you were a soldier who has been promoted through the ranks. Is that correct?" "With due respect, sir, I don't think this is the right time to be discussing my life." "Of course. So, what is your general calling me for?" Osgur's discomfort was obvious. But he was not the sort to disobey orders. "I am not at liberty to say, sir." "A dutiful soldier indeed," said Vrishab. "Right, officer, lead the way." Even though Osgur had not said anything, it was clear to Vrishab what was going on. Subhash had come in just a little while ago and tipped him off. Tarik, the former Kannauj army soldier whom Vrishab had sent to fight with Suheldev's band in the forest, had returned to his family in Hars Aran. He had gotten into a fight with Maksud's men while protecting some fellow countrymen who were Hindus. Consequently, he had been dragged to the Turkic camp. Subhash had said that he was being questioned, perhaps accompanied with torture. Tarik was a strong man and they didn't expect him to break. But they had to be prepared for the possibility that he might do so. And if that happened, it would be only a matter of time before they found out about Vrishab's role in the assistance given to the chief enemy of the Turks in North India, Suheldev. Subhash had strongly advised Vrishab to escape. But the Prime Minister had responded immediately and with no ambiguity. "Don't be silly. I am the Prime Minister. I cannot flee." But there was a practical reason for Vrishab to stay as well. His disappearance would be noticed. And search parties would be sent out. But Subhash's disappearance would not be tracked, since he was not considered important enough. He had immediately ordered Subhash and 2 other men to ride to Shravasti using 3 different routes, and pass on every bit of the latest information on the Turks to Suheldev. Vrishab had already prepared detailed documents, listing all that he had observed of the Turks. Their army strength, battle plans, tactics, weapons, etc. That information would be priceless to Suheldev. It had to reach him. It was Vrishab's job now to misdirect the Turks. Or at least buy Subhash and the others as much time as he could. Everyone has to die sometime. But only a few are blessed with a meaningful death. A death about which songs would be written. Vrishab drew the curtain of Maksud's tent aside and stepped in. And he immediately heard the voice of Ajitpal, his liege. "You filthy traitor!" Vrishab turned towards the source of the voice. Only to see Ajitpal hurl a half-empty goblet at him. Vrishab immediately ducked. But he wasn't fast enough. Leaving a trail of blood-colored wine in its wake, the goblet crashed into Vrishab's forehead. The Prime Minister of Kannauj staggered for a moment. And then collapsed on the ground, blood bursting forth from the deep wound. Ajitpal charged at him, and kicked him again and again. Screaming gutturally in rage. Vrishab curled up on the ground defensively, in a fetal position, till Ajitpal got exhausted and stopped to catch his breath. "When Lord Maksud told me about you, I actually defended you," shouted Ajitpal, tears streaming down his face. "I said there must be some mistake. Vrishab is loyal to me." He heaved a couple of deep breaths into his lungs, then spoke again. "Why did you betray me? Why?" The last word came out as an almost stifled scream. Vrishab shook his head to clear it, then slowly rose to his feet. He was bleeding copiously. He winced as pain shot through his ribs every time he took a breath. With an effort, he forced himself to stand upright and looked Ajitpal in the eye. His voice was eerily calm, even if his words were labored. "I am loyal but not to you. I am loyal to India. I am loyal to Kannauj." "I am Kannauj," screeched Ajitpal. "No, you are not. A land is not its king. A land is its people. Kannauj lives in the people being massacred in Hars Aran. The ones whom you cannot protect, the ones for whom you will shed neither blood nor tears." Ajitpal raised his hand to hit Vrishab again, but the Prime Minister pushed the Emperor back. Ajitpal gaped at him in shock, stunned at his minister's temerity. Maksud was sniggering now, clearly enjoying the infighting among the Indians. Vrishab looked at Ajitpal with barely disguised disgust. "You can raise your hand only on a defenseless old man. You do not have the guts to fight the real enemies of your people. You have betrayed our land. You have betrayed your great ancestors. You have betrayed your advisors and your brave soldiers. You accepted humiliation to avoid war. Now you have both humiliation and war. Be quiet, you insolent dog, yelled Ajitpal, before turning to Maksud. Execute him, my lord. Kill this bastard. I will not protect him anymore. Maksud was laughing openly now. Why Viho are you to offer protection, you fool? Then the Turkic general turned to Vrishab. I respect the fact that you at least have the guts to fight. Tell me the names of the other traitors in your kingdom. Tell me the names of all the others supporting that bandit Suheldev. And you shall have a merciful, quick death. Otherwise, I am the only one. All the others are minor soldiers, and they have joined Suheldev already. I tried my best to join him too, but I wasn't of much use to him. Otherwise he would have accepted me in his kingdom. Maksud stepped closer, as his voice dropped menacingly low. Do you think I am a fool? Do you think I don't know that there are nobles across Indian kingdoms giving Suheldev money, resources and, most crucially, information? I know much more about Suheldev than you think I do. But I never knew about you. Suheldev is one wily man. And I need to know more about him. You are going to talk, trust me, you don't want me to underscore. Maksud stopped talking. Stunned at Vrishab's reaction. The Prime Minister of Kannauj had yawned. Openly. Like he was bored of Maksud's speech. He had even brought up his right hand to cover his mouth. Maksud had rarely been treated with such open disrespect. Not even by his mother. Not even by his father. Not even by the man he hated most. Who the hell do you think you are talking to? Roared Maksud. Don't test me. You don't know the cruelty of my torturers. If they could make that foolish giant Tarik break down, imagine what they will do to your frail body. Vrishab laughed softly. He knew he was getting under Maksud's skin. You bleat like a hyena, you don't know anything about Suheldev. He is a lion, he is far better than you think. Maksud stepped closer. He laughed too. I will enjoy seeing you get tortured. I will make sure they keep you alive for weeks. You will know pain that you didn't even think was possible. Vrishab chuckled. What do you think is so funny? Asked Ajitpal. Vrishab smiled at Ajitpal. I disappointed you earlier. Then he turned to Maksud. And now, I am afraid I will disappoint him. As the Prime Minister said these words, a spasm went through his body. He clenched his fists. His eyes rolled back into his head as he collapsed to the ground. Froth began forming around his mouth. It all happened so quickly that the others had very little time to respond. What the hell? Shouted a startled Maksud. Osgur suddenly rushed forward. When he yawned, he grabbed Vrishab's hand and turned it over. The gem on the ring on his middle finger was facing inwards. Osgur sniffed at it and his nose wrinkled as he detected a strange odor. Get a physician quickly, he barked. He has poisoned himself. As one of the soldiers scrambled out, Osgur tried to shove a finger inside Vrishab's throat to make him throw up. A second later, he screamed as Vrishab bit down hard on his finger. He hastily pulled it out and clutched at it in agony. Blood was trickling out of Vrishab's mouth now. He rolled over, pressed the earth with trembling hands, and then touched his forehead. Almost like he was seeking blessings from the ground. Farewell, mother, this is all that the sun could do for you. Then another spasm went through Vrishab, and he lay still. Chapter 26. It had been nearly 3 years since Suheldev had formed a confederacy under Shravasthi's leadership. Those 3 years had been spent well. He had trained a strong army. And he had managed to get warriors from across the land to pledge loyalty to the anti-Turk alliance. The time to test the preparations was finally here. For Salam Maksud and the army of Ghazni had returned. Suheldev and his advisors were in consultation. News of the destruction of Hars Aran just a few days ago had reached them. They knew it was just a matter of time before the Turks moved to their region. The battle that would decide the fate of their land would be fought soon. Prayers were being conducted in the royal temple, which was not too far from the private office of Suheldev. Prayers for the souls of the victims of Harz Aran. The Sanskrit chants wafted over into the somber meeting. The prayers, drawn from the Garuda Purana, pleaded for the safe journey of the souls to the abode of the ancestors. Souls that had met unhappy ends in their previous lives were believed to carry some of the negative energy with them. Prayers would help them overcome this, so that they could be prepared for their next life, here, once again, in this world of Maya. Suheldev had got special prayers conducted for Vrishab. Everyone in the Shravasti inner council was shocked to hear that the Kannauj prime minister had been an ally of Suheldev and had been secretly helping the king in his patriotic struggle. Kashinath had not been aware of it. Nor had Tashini, Abdul, or Govardhan, his closest aides. Suheldev could really keep secrets buried deep in his heart. One of the qualities of a good leader. What now? Asked Govardhan. Should we wait here for them? Asked Kashinath. Tashini was clear. I think we should move out. If we allow them to come close to Shravasti, we will be worried about what they will do to our citizens. They could use them as hostages against us. Abdul spoke up. But if we move out, we'll leave our towns and villages undefended. They could outflank our army and attack our people. Perhaps we can continue our guerrilla tactics on them, suggested Govardhan. They have always been effective. Suheldev leaned forward as he shook his head. No. They are here with a determined army now. From all the reports sent by Vrishabhitji before he died, it is clear that this army is better led than any Turkic force till now. Their camp defenses are solid and conservative. It will not be so easy for our guerrilla assassins to break through. I have heard that their general Maksud seems to understand our land and culture far better than any other Turkic commander before. He knows exactly what tactics to use against which kingdoms. It's almost like he knows India as well as us Indians. And from all the reports I have received, they have not come just to raid this time. They have come to conquer and stay. Then we will have to take them on in one pitched battle, said Tashini. And we will have to kill them all. No Indian army has done that before, pointed out Kashinath. Though the great Chandela king, Maharaj Vidyadhara, fought Mahmud to a standstill once and later repulsed his siege of the fortress of Kalinjar. Suheldev sighed. Unfortunately, Maharaj Vidyadhara can't help us. He's seriously ill, and I've heard he may not live much longer. And the crown prince, Vijayapala, has his hands full fighting the Kalashuras, who are trying to take advantage of the great Elang's illness. The infighting amongst us Indians is what the foreigners take advantage of, Kashinath said, shaking his head sadly. Anyway, I'd reached out to the prince and he promised to send a contingent of troops under Suryavar, one of his finest generals. But there can't be another Maharaj Vidyadhara. If only we had him and the full Chandela army. There's no end to wishful thinking, said Tashini. We'll have to do the best we can with whatever we have. Suheldev glanced at Kashinath. He knew that they had to delay the battle for a few months. That's how much time they expected would elapse before Rajendra Chola's battalions could come in support of Shravasti. But nobody else, besides Kashinath and Suheldev, knew of the alliance with Rajendra Chola. The chief guard suddenly made an announcement at the door. Your Majesty, your friend Aslan is here. Everyone turned towards the door. Suheldev immediately got up with a broad smile. Perhaps Aslan will know something about Maksud that can be useful. Let him in. A few moments later, Aslan entered the room, his arms already outstretched. Suheldev walked over to greet him. The two men hugged each other warmly. The distrust on Abdul's face was obvious. Govardhan leaned over to him and whispered, "It's all right, Abdul. King Suheldev trusts Aslan. We should trust him too." Abdul looked at Govardhan briefly and then back at Aslan and Suheldev. "I don't trust that Turk. Something about his face it troubles me. I hope that the Elang does not pay a heavy price for trusting someone from the enemy tribe." Govardhan patted Abdul's hand. "Take it easy. In the meantime, Suheldev and Aslan had stepped back from their embrace, but still held each other's hands. "My friend, it's so good to see you again," Suheldev said. "Where have you been?" "I wandered around for a while, but I finally returned to settle by a lake where I'd had a mystical experience," said Aslan. "There, I set up a small hermitage where I began giving people whatever little medical treatment I could, in exchange for alms. Soon, some people started joining me during prayer sessions. Now, a little community has sprung up there. It has been a wonderful time for me. I have never felt so much at peace in my life." Suheldev smiled sadly. "And that peace is under threat again. From the monsters of Ghazni." Aslan curled his lips in agreement. "We Sufi Muslims have to realize that we cannot have peace as long as the radical Muslims remain. We have to fight them. For our own good. And for the good of the world at large. They are not radical Muslims, Aslan. They are just radical monsters. But yes, all of us need to fight them. Together. Without mercy." "Without mercy," Suheldev agreed. "And that's why I have come." "You need me now?" "Yes, I do. This general of the Turks, Maksud, well, he has tactics that are brilliant." Aslan completed Suheldev's statement. Suheldev nodded. "Yes. And, apparently, his lover is his commander Kirim. Are there any opportunities that can be exploited?" There was a split second of intense emotion on Aslan's face. But he controlled himself quickly. He looked down, took a deep breath and whispered, "I know you are better than this, my friend. Keep their love out of it. They are both warriors. We need to have tactics that will work against them." Your advice will be welcome." "I have come with more than advice," replied Aslan. "Over the past few months, a small group of young men, who insist on treating me as some sort of spiritual master, have gathered around me. Recently, they asked me whether one should fight for one's faith or one's country. I replied that India comes before everyone and everything. The motherland is greater than heaven." Suheldev smiled and held Aslan's shoulders. Remaining silent. Not stating the obvious. Aslan's eyes softened. "Wherever I may have been born, I was given a new birth right here, in India. This is where I was inducted into mysticism. Into the Sufi way. This is where I truly found Allah. This is the land of my mission. I think of India as my holy motherland. If she will adopt this barbarian Turk." "Our mother has adopted you already, Aslan," said Suheldev. "Mother India has a big heart. A foreigner who comes here and thinks of India as his own holy motherland, is a foreigner no more." Aslan smiled. "My friends insisted on accompanying me here. There are barely 200 of them, but they are young, strong, and enthusiastic. And I have given them some basic military training. They will follow you to hell and back, if need be. I suggest you keep them in your personal bodyguard corps." Suheldev nodded. "Remember, Suheldev, we cannot allow you to die. If you die, the Indian army will scatter. The Turks know that. My people will protect you. I welcome them into my bodyguard corps," said Suheldev, visibly moved. "Let's go meet them." As Suheldev and Aslan started walking out of the chambers, Abdul, who had heard everything, turned to Govardhan. He was visibly angry. "How can the king do this?" "Relax, Abdul," said Govardhan. "You are still the commander of the bodyguard corps in peacetime. See it as you having 200 more soldiers. But those soldiers will be loyal to Aslan, not to King Suheldev." Chapter 27 The Royal War Council of Shravasthi had congregated in Suheldev's private office chambers. Suheldev, Tashini, Kashinath, Govardhan, and Abdul were gathered around a table, studying a comprehensive map of the region. The map was large, with details of the topography, cities, villages, rivers, and even streams. Wise warriors have said that thorough knowledge of the terrain is half the battle won. Various earthen figures, depicting cavalry, archers, infantrymen, and other military formations, were arranged on top of it. Aslan was by the other side of the table. All the Confederacy Elangs were also present. "We have the advantage of numbers," said Aslan, "but the Turks' cavalry gives them the edge. They are fast-moving, highly trained, and very skilled warriors." "We have our own cavalry too," said Abdul, clearly upset at what seemed like a slight to Indian warriors. "And we can battle them." "I have no doubt your cavalry is very good, brave Abdul," said Aslan, his voice polite and calm. "But they will not be able to defeat the Turkic cavalry. Trust me. They have 3 times the horses we have. And cavalry riders that have been repeatedly tested in war. If we can just hold them back during the battle, that itself will be an exceptional feat." Govardhan quietly held Abdul's hand below the table. And Abdul fell silent. Aslan looked around the table. "I believe that Maksud will launch his cavalry from both wings and attack our flanks. The archers will be called in to assist them, raining arrows down on us. If his cavalry breaks through, which they have in every single battle till now, they will attack our infantry from both flanks. And that's when his infantry will charge in from the front. He will then have us neatly trapped in a pincer. And he will also call in his reserve troops then. After that, it will be pure slaughter." While explaining Maksud's tactics, Aslan had been moving the earthen pieces around on the map to make the movements clearer. Now, he restored them to their original positions. He looked at Suheldev. "Maksud will not offer surrender. Not to you. He wants to kill every single person in your army. There will be no mercy." Suheldev smiled. "Well, that's one thing we have in common. There will be no mercy from my side either. Because I intend to kill every single one of the Turks as well." "Har Har Mahadev," said Tashini to that. "Jai Shri Ram," said King Karan, one of Suheldev's allies. "Allahu Akbar," said Abdul. Aslan smiled broadly. "More power to all of you. But the gods will not be able to help you if you are not able to stop the Turkic cavalry. You need to have a plan for that. It is crucial. If we can somehow stop their cavalry, we can attack their vanguard with our infantry. And bring our superior numbers into play. Then, Allah may grant us victory." Suheldev narrowed his eyes. "I have heard that, quite often, Maksud's cavalry feigns a retreat as well." Aslan looked up, surprised, and then smiled slightly. "This man is good. Really good." "Yes, you are right," said Aslan. "Sometimes the Turks pretend to be overwhelmed and start riding away, luring the enemy cavalry to chase them, pulling them further towards their side, into a trap. They did this in Lahore. The entire enemy cavalry was crushed." Suheldev looked towards Govardhan and Abdul. "No matter what, our cavalry must remain close to our army. Do not chase their cavalry if they retreat. Do not launch a charge. Just defend." Govardhan spoke up. "If our cavalry is just going to defend, then how do you intend to win the battle?" Suheldev looked down towards the map. "If the horses can't win it for us, then we have to make the battlefield fight for us." Everyone looked at him, confused. "We have to pick a battlefield where cavalry charges down the flanks will be difficult," said Suheldev. "Where are the Turks right now?" "They're camping at Sutrik," said Tashini. "From what our scouts tell us, they're gathering supplies. Also, some of their divisions had gone off on raids to other kingdoms. Once they've reassembled, the Turks will head our way. It won't be very long. A few weeks at the most." Suheldev looked at Kashinath. An urgent message had been sent to Rajendra Chola. That help would be required much earlier than planned. But would Rajendra Chola's soldiers be able to reach in time? Can't do anything about that now. Hope for the best. And fight. Suheldev turned back to the map, ran his forefinger over the routes available to the Turkic army, then suddenly paused. Here, he jabbed at the map. The Turks will have to come this way. There's a huge open plain, big enough to accommodate our entire army. There's a lake to the right and thick woods to the left. They form natural barriers. The Turks will not be able to ride around them to outflank us. They will have to charge at us head on. If we can hold them on the naturally narrowed flanks, we can take the battle to them at the center. Everyone leaned over and looked at the map again. Tashini was the first to verbalize what everyone else was thinking. Yes, this can work. Suheldev looked up from the map, towards all his advisors. I think we should ride out right away and see if the field actually looks like this on the ground. If it does, then this is where we will make our stand. His eyes settled on Aslan, who was looking troubled. What's the matter? Aslan sighed. The ground looks exactly like what is shown in the map. I should know. For the past few months, I was living there with my little group. It is a scenic, beautiful place and gave us immense peace. The water of the lake there is believed to have miraculous healing powers, and pilgrims often come there to bathe in the hope that it will cure their ailments. It breaks my heart to think of it as a site where blood will be shed and lives will be lost. Suheldev patted his friend's shoulder. We will build a beautiful place of worship there, open to all, after the battle is over. This place will not be defiled by blood. In fact, it will be sanctified by it. That is where we will offer up our blood, and that of our enemies, in defense of our motherland. Aslan remained silent, keeping his thoughts to himself. Let's see who all Allah favors with his blessings. There's Kirim. There is you. And there is me. Suheldev turned to the others assembled. Get the army ready to move. We need to reach the spot well in time to prepare a fitting welcome for the Turks. The Elang of Shrivasthi smiled and thumped the backs of each one of them as they filed out of his tent. It was only when he was alone that he allowed his confident demeanor to slip. A look of anxiety settled on his face as he moved to the table once more and gazed at it. This is where the future of India will be decided. Help us, Lord Shiva. Bless us with victory. Take my life, if I must. But bless us with victory. As Suheldev stared at the map, it seemed to fade away till only the spot that he'd pinpointed remained in focus. The name of the town nearest to the battlefield he had chosen stood out bold and clear, seeming to stare back at him. Baraj. Suheldev folded his hands and shut his eyes as Vijayalakshmi applied a tilak to his forehead. Nearly 3 days had elapsed since the strategy meeting in Suheldev's private office. And his army was ready to march. As tradition dictated, he had come to his mother's chambers to seek her blessings. And as tradition dictated, his mother had blessed him with victory. Only victory. Vijayalakshmi's words were clear. Come back victorious or don't come back at all. Legends hold that proud family members have blessed the warriors in their clan with these words since the dawn of the Vedic age. In fact, many say that Lord Ram and Lady Sita also wished each other with this blessing before they fought battles. And that Lady Sati said this very line to Lord Shiva, many millennia ago, as he had ridden out to battle. For true warriors never want to be wished with a long life. All they want is victory. Only victory. A death in pursuit of victory is better than a life lived in compromise with defeat. Suheldev bent to touch his mother's feet. The strong emotions of a mother slipped through Vijayalakshmi's proud, regal bearing for a short moment. She embraced her son. And almost immediately, released him. Go, my son. Bring victory to Mother India. Jai Ma Bharati. Suheldev repeated softly, Jai Ma Bharati. The king of Shrivasthi turned around and beckoned his attendant, who immediately proffered the royal helmet. Suheldev put it on and stood straighter, pushing back his shoulders as he walked out of his mother's private chambers. And then, out of the royal palace and into the square where his horse and personal guards were waiting. The soldiers cheered as they saw their king approaching. Suheldev briefly raised his hand in acknowledgement. Attendants led a horse up to Suheldev. The king held the saddle horn and smoothly mounted the horse, vaulting on with one effortless jump. Suheldev looked back at his key lieutenants, Tashini, Abdul, and Govardhan, and smiled. Then he turned to his warriors. To Mother India's warriors. My soldiers. My friends. My fellow countrymen. The men and women of Suheldev's army fell silent, listening to their king, listening to their leader. We received a message from that barbarian Turk, Salo Maksud of Ghazni. Shouts of anger and boos echoed from the soldiers. Hatred for that cursed name was at its peak. Suheldev raised his arm and they fell silent. He told us that, apparently, all land on earth belongs to his God. And since he is a representative of his God, he has come to claim ownership of his property. He ordered us to surrender. The rage against the Turks erupted once again, with soldiers screaming curses at Maksud. They fell silent, once again, at a signal from Suheldev. I have just sent him a message, that in India, the earth itself is divine. The soldiers listened intently. Suheldev raised his voice, his words ringing in every ear. How dare he claim to own Mother India? Nobody owns Mother India. Mother India owns us. Roars erupted from the warriors. The warriors of Mother India. If he doesn't understand that, we will make him speak to Mother India. We will go to Baraj. We will kill every single one of those Turks. We will behead that bastard Salo Maksud. We will bury them all in the soil of Mother India. Then they can talk to her. Jai Ma Bharati. Bellowed Tashini, Abdul, and Govardhan. Jai Ma Bharati. Thundered the army. Jai Ma Bharati. Jai Ma Bharati. To the stirring roars dedicated to the motherland, the warriors began marching out. To Baraj. To the call of destiny. To the call of Mother India. Chapter 28. It was just a week later that the Shravasti scouts had led Suheldev's army to a large open plain close to Baraj. Being the first to reach, they had picked the advantageous side, and dug in well. The Turks had avoided coming close to the battlefield for a few days. They knew that the positions they would be forced to occupy was not the best for them. They did try to harry Suheldev's camp, trying to get their army to move. When that didn't work, the Turks had no choice but to march over to the battlefield chosen by Suheldev. The Indian force outnumbered the Turks. The experienced Turkic commanders and spies had huddled together and come up with a figure of roughly 70,000 Indian soldiers, which meant that they were outnumbered by at least 10,000. But they were not too troubled by this. Their general, Salo Maksud, seemed to possess intimate knowledge of the Indian army. He would disappear for weeks on end, secretly traveling throughout India, in disguise, gaining knowledge of the land that he wanted to conquer. Few among the Turks knew where all Salo Maksud had traveled. But, clearly, the knowledge he had of India was a huge strategic advantage in battle. And since Salo Maksud did know a lot about the Indians, he had prepared his commanders and soldiers to expect a larger enemy force. He had also convinced them that the numerical advantage of the Indians would not help them in battle. For they had greater numbers largely in infantry, and not in the far more important division of the cavalry. But for all his knowledge of India and battle tactics, Salo Maksud had been bested by Suheldev when it came to their position in this battlefield. Their severe disadvantage at arriving late on the battlefield and being stuck with a far worse field position, was painfully obvious to the Turks. They were lower down the course of the small river which flowed by the two army camps. Which meant that the refuse of Suheldev's camp would spoil the waters by the time it reached the Turks. This had already caused some diseases to break out in the Turkic camp. Furthermore, Turkic scouts had reported that the marching route from their camp to the battlefield was riddled with big ditches from an older, dried-up, watercourse. This prevented the Turkic soldiers from marching in ideal infantry and cavalry formations. The dense jungles on one side, and the lake on the other, hemming in the flanks of the chosen battlefield, also made it obviously difficult for the Turkic cavalry to bring their full force into the battle. Suheldev had arrived early, and had taken good advantage of it. The Turks knew that, and they had been avoiding battle. Until now. It was late at night. The mounted Turkic raiding group moved stealthily through the dense woods. There were cloth coverings around their saddle stirrups to muffle their sounds. The swords and knives had cloth strips wrapped around them, which would automatically tear away when the blade was pulled out of the scabbard. The cloth strips stifled the sound of metal hitting against the insides of their scabbards. The horseshoes had been covered with leather, to mute the sounds of their cantering. Verbal commands had been strictly banned. Only bird calls, to be made by Turkic army heralds, were used to convey commands. This was a daring and dangerous mission. But Salo Maksud was not too perturbed. Much against Kerim's advice, he had decided to lead this raiding party himself. He had been clear with Kerim. "Trust me, all we have to do is break in and kill Suheldev. The Indians will scatter after that. And then we will chase and massacre them all." Maksud's plan was simple: break the traditional Indian rules of war, of not battling after sundown or idling unarmed and sleeping opponents. The Turks planned to attack the enemy camp at night, plunge it into confusion, and kill as many Indians and horses as they could, so as to incapacitate the enemy cavalry. But most importantly, a small troop of crack commandos intended to break all the way into the royal tent and kill Suheldev. And then, the raiding party would send a signal for the rest of the Turkic army to launch a full-scale attack. It will all be over by sunrise, thought Salo Maksud, remembering the havoc the Turks had wreaked with a night attack on the Tomar army near Delhi. But unlike the battle near Delhi, where the Turks had literally caught their foes napping, this time, the Indians were alert. The approach to the camp was reasonably well lit. Suheldev's sentries had been posted in pairs, each armed with a horn, to sound out warnings. The night guards were not allowed to sit around a fire, where the comforting heat might cause some to fall asleep. They had to communicate every 2 minutes, using specific light signals, with their neighboring sentries stationed 100 meters away. If any pair of night guards did not receive the standard signal from their neighboring sentries by the appointed time, it was to be assumed that those guards had been idled and the warning horn was to be sounded. The guard watch was disciplined, well planned and alert. The Kafirs are learning, Salo Maksud had thought grudgingly. Suheldev is smart. The only path that was relatively less well guarded was a part of the Indian camp flanking a dense jungle. Perhaps they had assumed that the Turks could not get a significant mounted force through there. This was the weakness that Salo Maksud intended to leverage. But little did he know that this was exactly what Suheldev expected the Turkic general to do. Often, what appears as your enemy's weakness is actually a well-planned ploy. As Salo Maksud rode through the forest, there was one thing that he was sure of. There are Muslims in his camp. Suheldev has naively accepted them. The believers will turn against their Hindu leader when they see a fellow faithful like me on the other side. Suheldev's inner camp and his bodyguards are the ones who will kill him. I will win. I will rule. As the Turks continued riding silently, a loud bird call was heard. The tone and the length of the bird call was certainly not that of the Turks. Everyone assumed the obvious. It must actually be a bird. But something pricked inside Salo Maksud. It didn't seem quite right. However, the bird call was perfect. The tone, the pitch, the volume, the length of time. Everything was perfect. Maksud continued to ride. It was a short period of time before his raiding party would reach the Indian camp. And then victory would be his. But his mind kept going back to that bird call. He shook his head. It was perfect. And then Maksud froze. As the instinctive warning he felt in his heart suddenly converted into a clear thought in his mind. It was too perfect. It's not a bird. Maksud immediately pulled his shield forward and bellowed at the top of his voice. Shields up. And almost immediately, the swoosh of an arrow flying in was heard, which was followed almost instantly by a muffled cry of pain as it slammed into the throat of one of the Turkic raiders. He tumbled backwards, off his horse, and landed on the ground with a thud. All the Turks had their shields up by now. But there were arrows flying in from all directions. You can't protect yourself from a shower of missiles that you can't even see. The raiders were halted in their tracks, frozen by the unexpected turn of events, cowering behind their shields. Within seconds, several more saddles emptied as a torrent of arrows poured down upon the raiders. The dense jungle ensured such darkness that the Turks couldn't even clearly see how many of their men were falling. But the sounds made it obvious that there were several, and the clamor of Indians roaring loudly only added to the terror that had suddenly overtaken the Turks. Maksud had his shield held high, staying close to the soldiers surrounding him, using them as human shields. But he knew that the situation was hopeless. "They're picking us off like fish in a barrel." A loud Indian order was heard. "Lights!" It was Abdul. He was leading the Indian archers in this ambush against the Turks. Suddenly, lights started appearing in the distance. The Indians had lit up some torches, trying to spread some light to see the Turks, to make their arrows count for more. The missiles continued to fly in, killing more and more Turks. The Indians were all hidden high up in the trees, protected well in makans there. They had planned this well. Maksud had galloped right into a well-laid trap. The desperate sounds of Turks screaming in pain scoured the night, mixed with the insistent bellowing of the Indian battle cries. Har Har Mahadev! Jai Shri Ram! But it was one battle cry that truly filled the hearts of the Turks with dread. It was a battle cry that normally infused them with power and strength. Now, it terrorized them. Allahu Akbar! A cry that resounded when the Turks attacked India, was now being heard as Indian Muslims defended Mother India. Allahu Akbar linked seamlessly with Har Har Mahadev and Jai Shri Ram, and then all these cries were mingled into the battle cry that truly mattered. The one cry to unite them all, Jai Ma Bharati. The Turks kept falling as Indian arrows tore into them. A Turk to the left of Maksud shouted loudly, "This is a disaster, my lord. Order the retreat. Order the retreat." The Turk's words were cut short as an arrow flew in, brutally ramming itself into the soldier's left eye. He fell from his horse, screaming in agony. Kirim, on the other side of Maksud, yelled, "Rider the retreat, Maksud." Maksud knew, even in this chaos, that retreat was impossible. Most of the arrows were coming in from behind them. He remembered the layout of this jungle well. There was only one way out of this mess. No retreat, but a full charge ahead. The escape from this ambush was to burst through it, out of range of the archers stationed high up in the trees, and then flee through the woods to the right. "Full speed ahead," roared Maksud. "Charge forward." Maksud kicked his horse into action, and the courageous Turks too started galloping behind their general, screaming maniacally, charging themselves into a frenzy. It was a fight for their lives. Suddenly, armed men, led by Ashvaosh, rose from camouflaged positions in the ground or leapt off low tree branches to intercept the Turks, shooting torrents of arrows repeatedly. By now, the jungle had turned into a forest of light as the Indians lit more and more torches to be able to attack the Turks. "Fight through!" roared Maksud. "Fight through!" Ashvaosh saw the Turk leading the raiding party hacking at the men who were trying to stop him. The gold-tipped helmet on the Turk and his high-quality armor made it obvious that this one was a senior officer in the Turkic army. Ashvaosh knew that Suheldev would love for this commander to be taken prisoner, for the commander could be tortured for information. "Get that Turkic commander!" bellowed Ashvaosh, running towards the Turkic riders. "Get him alive!" Sonamani, also a part of Ashvaghos's ambush team, was right in the path of the riders. Maksud picked up speed as he rode hard towards Sanghamani's platoon. The monk shot a couple of arrows, but they glanced off Maksud's exceptionally sturdy armor. Sonamani dropped his bow and drew out his sword. "Jai Ma Bharati!" screamed the Indian platoon. Meanwhile, Ashvaghosh, in the distance, began to race towards his friend. Just before Maksud reached Sonamani, another of Suheldev's soldiers leapt at him. The rider chopped viciously, almost severing the sword arm of the Indian cleanly. The man spun around and fell to his knees. Maksud rode past him and charged at Sonamani, slashing hard at him with his sword. The monk rolled smoothly to the side, avoiding Maksud's blow and slashing ferociously across the horse's legs. A standard tactic to bring an animal down. And with it, the mounted rider. But Turkic horses were covered for such strikes. Leather armor ran down their legs, up to their knees, making it difficult for blades to get through. The horse didn't falter at all. As Sonamani stared helplessly, Maksud drew back his sword for the killing blow. Ashvaghosh arrived at that precise moment. The man whom Maksud had wounded moments ago was still on his knees, clutching the gaping wound in his arm. Without breaking his stride, Ashvaghosh ran straight up to him, put one foot on his shoulder and used the leverage to launch himself through the air, crashing straight into Maksud. The two men tumbled off the horse together and landed on the ground in a tangled heap. Ashvaghosh rolled away, then put his hands behind his head on the earth and nimbly flipped himself back onto his feet. As the Turcock general staggered up unsteadily, Ashvaghosh delivered a roundhouse kick that snapped his head back and sent him sprawling to the ground again. Meanwhile, Sonamani was held back by another Turk who charged at him. Kirim had been riding beside Maksud through most of the encounter. But he had been blocked by two of Suheldev's men who were brandishing spears. He desperately tried to find a way around them to rescue his beloved general. Even as Kirim continued to fight the soldiers in front of him ferociously, he screamed for the life of the man he loved. Maksud! Ashvaghosh drew a dagger from his waistband and approached the disoriented Turkic general, who was scrambling on the ground for his sword. Maksud's helmet had fallen off. As Ashvaghosh drew back his dagger threateningly, he roared, "Surrender!" Maksud turned, with one hand up, seemingly in surrender. His face, which had been in the shadows, was suddenly in the light. Ashvaghosh froze. Stunned. Aslan! He hesitated. The dagger suspended in mid-air. And that hesitation proved fatal for the Buddhist monk. Maksud found his sword and immediately thrust it up viciously. The blade ripped through the monk's abdomen, slicing through muscles and vital organs. Maksud thrust harder, and the blade broke through the brave monk's back. A gasping, agonized sound came out of Ashvaghosh's mouth. The dagger fell from his suddenly limp hand. His knees buckled and he clutched at the Turk's shoulder, fighting to stay on his feet. Maksud stood up, still holding his sword. He gripped Ashvaghosh by the neck, then slowly, almost tenderly, twisted in the sword even further before brutally yanking it out. Blood pumped out of the wound at a furious pace, turning the earth at his feet dark. The monk swayed for a moment, then toppled to the ground. Kirim had, meanwhile, broken through the two soldiers blocking his path. As he raced towards Maksud, he held his hand out. "Maksud!" The Turkic general grabbed Kirim's arm, and vaulted onto the horse. The Turks kept riding, retreating from the failed attack. Sonamani had, by now, managed to kill the Turk he was fighting. He rushed towards his fatally injured friend. Ashvaghosh! Ashvaghosh knew he was going to die. The wound was too deep. Too many vital organs had been slashed. But he was not afraid of his own death. He was afraid of something else. He held his friend tight and then pointed at the retreating Turks, whispering urgently. As Sonamani tried to pick Ashvaghosh up, to take him back to the camp. But Ashvarosh struggled against his friend. Pointing at the retreating Turks again, he found his last gasp of strength and whispered urgently, "Aslan, that's Aslan, warn Suheldev, warn the king." Sonamani stared at the Turks riding away into the night and then back at his friend. Stunned. "Aslan! Save Suheldev!" The enormity of the deception suddenly hit Sonamani. "Suheldev! The bodyguards! Aslan's men! Oh, Lord Buddha, chapter 29." "Calm down, Abdul," said Suheldev, restraining his friend. It was late in the night. A clearly agitated Abdul was outside Suheldev's royal tent. Many more torches had been lit all across the camp now. And the area outside the royal tent was especially well lit. News of the devastation of the Turkic raiding party had electrified the rest of the Indians with positive energy, but Abdul was enraged. Enraged with Suheldev. "I told you not to trust him," screamed Abdul. "I told you not to let him into our army. I told you." Suheldev kept his voice calm. "Abdul. I don't think that." But Abdul was not listening. He turned to his soldiers. "Arrest all of Aslan's men. Behead them right now. They are Turkic dogs." "Abdul." Suheldev's voice was harsh. "What has gotten into you? Calm down. We can't create divisions among our. I told you. You trusted the wrong man. Aslan killed Ashvarosh. That Aslan is a." Abdul stopped talking as the flap of Suheldev's tent lifted suddenly and Aslan walked out. Followed by Tashini and Govardhan. Abdul stared at Aslan. Stunned for a little while. Then, he uttered a cry of pure rage and lunged at him, wrapping both his hands around his throat. "Abdul, stop!" cried Suheldev, grabbing Abdul and trying to pull him away. "What are you doing?" Abdul was screaming in fury now. As Govardhan and Suheldev managed to drag him away, he kicked out, hitting Aslan straight on his chest. Aslan slumped to his knees under the impact of the blow. Abdul managed to escape Govardhan's hold and kicked Aslan hard in the ribs once again, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Abdul! Stop!" shouted Govardhan as he pulled Abdul back once again. Aslan just lay there. He knew the truth was out. It had to come out someday. He was only surprised that the deception had lasted for so long. Suheldev and Govardhan yanked and hauled Abdul away, even as he continued to scream abuses and kick ineffectually in the air. Tashini rushed up to Aslan, helping him up. Suheldev held Abdul tight, almost pleading with him. "Abdul, please. Calm down. He couldn't have killed Ashvarosh. There must be some confusion. Aslan never left the camp. He was with me all along." "He was there," bellowed Abdul. "He killed Ashvarosh. Sonamani saw him." Aslan slowly straightened up, letting go of Tashini's supportive hand. All the color had drained from his face. He looked tired. Sangamani's eyes were not lying, brave Abdul. But they weren't telling him the whole truth either. "Stop speaking in riddles, you snake," snapped Abdul. He turned to his men. "Kill Aslan. Kill all his men." "Wait," ordered Suheldev, raising his hand. And Abdul's men stopped in their tracks, obeying their king. Aslan looked down. Silent. Troubled. The silence was broken by Suheldev. "Aslan, speak. Just kill him," screamed Abdul. Govardhan restrained a seething Abdul. Suheldev continued to stare at Aslan. There was fear in Aslan's eyes. And sadness. A profound sadness. Suheldev spoke softly, but the menace in his voice was clear. "Aslan, speak. What is going on? Speak, before I am forced to free Abdul's hands." Aslan looked up at Suheldev and drew a deep breath, as if steeling himself. When he finally spoke, it was as if every word was being prized out of him. "I am not who I said I was. Abdul erupted in fury once again. I told you. Suheldev raised his hand for silence. And Abdul obeyed. The king of Tripathi held the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it quickly. Glaring at Aslan, he growled, "Who are you?" Aslan's eyes were downcast. "Allah have mercy on me. Aslan, speak now." Aslan took a deep breath and spoke clearly. "My name is Salome Sud. I am the nephew of the late Sultan Mahmud of Ghazni, and twin brother of the Turkok general, Salah Maksud." It had been almost half an hour. Suheldev, Tashani, Govardhan, Abdul, and Sonamani had moved into the royal tent. Aslan was there. He had been disarmed. And there were 10 guards within the tent, ready to move in quickly at any sudden movements from Aslan. In the meanwhile, Aslan's soldiers were being kept under constant guard by Suheldev's soldiers. Aslan had told Suheldev and the others the honest details of his life. His life as Salome Sud. That he was the younger son of Salah Sahu and Sidrai Mu'alla. While Sahu was a general in the Ghaznavid army, Sidrai Mu'alla was the sister of Sultan Mahmud himself. Though he was born just a few minutes after his twin brother Salah Maksud, their characters were as different as chalk and cheese. He spoke of the fanaticism of his twin brother, and his own love for the knowledge and peace of the Sufi way. How their mother supported him, while their father loved his elder twin brother more. He spoke of how his brother was also the favorite of Sultan Mahmud of Ghazni. For Maksud reflected much of the rigid fanaticism of the Sultan himself. And things had come to a head after an incident of particular cruelty carried out by Salah Maksud. This was after yet another temple was destroyed by Mahmud's army. This time, that of a temple dedicated to Lord Ram in the largely Buddhist and Hindu city of Peshawar. The idol of Lord Ram himself was also robbed from that temple. A few weeks after that, a contingent of Hindu Pashtuns had come to the royal court in Ghazni to beg for the return of the idol. In return, they were willing to pay a handsome ransom. Mahmud had wanted to raise some money for a war he intended to wage against the Mongols, and had hence agreed to the deal. Maksud was appointed to work out the details. Maksud had negotiated hard for an astronomical price for the return of the idol. The Pashtuns had paid the money in advance, as they were told to. And when they came to the palace to receive the idol, Maksud had greeted them with glasses of sherbet. It was only after they had drunk it that Maksud told them that the idol had technically been returned to them already. For the great idol of the god the Pashtuns worshipped had been ground to dust and mixed in the sherbet they had drunk. Maksud had also taunted the idol-worshipping Pashtuns with a cruel interpretation of a deeply philosophical line. That since the Hindus believed that the divine was in everyone and everything, they had now been presented with the divine in their digestive tract as well. The enraged Pashtuns tried to battle Maksud, but his guards had beaten them back and they were thrown out of the city. Every single one of those Pashtuns was distraught beyond all limits of endurance, at the sin they had committed by drinking the sherbet, even if unknowingly. Every single one of those Pashtuns had committed suicide outside the city gates. And with their dying breaths, they had cursed the city of Ghazni and its rulers. Maksud had laughed at the sacrifice of the Pashtuns. But many of the Ghazni citizens had been shaken by what the Pashtuns had suffered. One of them was Aslan. Aslan was enraged. He believed that this was against the tenets of Islam. He had confronted his brother Maksud, and the confrontation had escalated into a pitched sword fight between them. His mother had intervened to stop the battling brothers. Disgusted by it all, Aslan had decided to leave Ghazni. "Nobody stopped you?" asked Suheldev. "Nobody cared," answered Aslan. "Except for my mother. And even she knew that my views were considered blasphemous among the Ghazni nobility. It would be a matter of time before even I would be called an apostate and el-Aled. I fled the city with the help of a trusted soldier called Asgur. A story was spread that I had fallen into the Hikai river and drowned. I took on the name of Aslan, and made my way to India, where I found Sheikh Nuruddin and became a disciple. You all know that happened next. Why didn't you tell us about your real identity earlier? Asked Govardhan. Aslan made a helpless gesture. I wanted to, but I was trapped by the lie I had created. I had changed my name because I wanted to start a new life. When you met me, I was living as Aslan. If I had told you my story then and there, would you have trusted me, or would you have executed me as a spy? I hoped that I had put the life of Masud behind me and could simply live as Aslan without anyone being the wiser about it, but my past has finally caught up with me. Suheldev spoke up. Why are you helping us now? I believe that what exists in India is precious. It's the only land, in this age of anger, where different religious groups live peacefully with each other. It's the only land where Shia and Sunni Muslims live in relative peace with each other. It's the only land where one can worship all truths, all gods, and have nobody judge you. India needs to survive. Not just for the good of Islam or Hinduism, but for the good of humanity. Aslan looked into Suheldev's eyes. And you, great king, are the only one in North India who is capable of leading a fight against the rampaging Turkic horde. That is why I must support you. For I had been searching for someone like you. Suheldev did not say anything. There are some in the Turk army who want peace as well. Tashani spoke up. Who? You know of Kirim. Commander in their army and Maksud's lover. He is an old friend of mine. Even he is not in favor of this war. He wants peace. So that he can take Maksud away and they can live happily in another land. He knows that as long as Maksud keeps dreaming of conquering India, they will not know peace. They will waste their entire lives in endless war. Govardhan and Tashani looked like they believed Aslan's story. Suheldev's face remained impassive, non-committal. But Abdul, clearly, did not believe a word. He turned to Suheldev. This is nonsense. Do you believe this fantastical story, my lord? Suheldev remained silent, staring into Aslan's eyes, letting his instinct guide him. So, what do we do with him now? Asked Abdul, flexing his hands. He was clear about what he wanted to do. Suheldev stood up and walked to the idol of Lord Shiva placed at one end of the tent. He didn't look back at the people sitting around the table. He kept on staring at the feet of the Lord. At the flowers and bilva leaves that lay bunched there. At the ashes of the burning incense stick. At long last he turned and looked back at Aslan. You and your men will be right on the front line tomorrow. You will form a separate unit, backed up by Mimane infantry. You will have the honor of leading the charge into the Turkok center. Aslan nodded and smiled. Typically Suheldev. Kind. Yet pragmatic. Aslan knew that idling him and his soldiers would be the easiest thing for Suheldev to do. But, clearly, he didn't want to do that. Maybe because he believed that Aslan and his men were innocent. But he was not about to keep them prisoners either. He would have to post his own men to guard them, men who would be needed in the battle. And he didn't want to keep Aslan and his men in reserve. Just in case they did turn out to be traitors, they could cause severe damage to the Indian war effort from there. Much better to send Aslan and his men into the front line. In the center where most of the fighting was done. It would be considered an honor. And in case they turned, there was very little damage they could do to the Indians from that position. Kind. Yet pragmatic. Aslan stood up and saluted smartly. My men and I will not let you down, my lord. Chapter 30. The sun rose, bathing the sky in an angry red hue. Usually, most people would be barely stirring out of their beds at this early hour. But the two huge armies were already lining up on the vast field. It had been 2 days since the failed Turkic raid into the Indian camp. Suheldev had also got to know of a Turkic plan to have cows in front of their own army, so that the Hindus among the opposing Indian army would be wary of fighting, for fear of hurting the holy animals. He had sent a raiding party the previous night to the Turkic camp, under the leadership of Govardhan, to release all the cows from Turkish captivity. Govardhan and his band of warriors had succeeded. Subterfuge had failed. The time for open battle had come. The soldiers had been up well before even the first pale light of dawn, greeting what many knew could be their last day on earth. They tried not to think about it as they hurriedly rushed through their ablutions. The older veterans wolfed down whatever food was available. From years of hard-earned experience, they knew that it would be a long, exhausting day, and they needed to store up as much energy as they could. Especially as the hours dragged on and the true fury of the baking hot Indian summer day would descend upon them. Many of the younger ones though were too excited, or too nervous or both to have much of an appetite. They nibbled distractedly at the rations offered to them. Everybody prayed. There are no atheists on a battlefield. Some prayed for victory, some for honor and some to simply live through the day and see their loved ones again. Then, orders were bellowed out and the troops swiftly fell into formation. Archers gently tugged at bowstrings to loosen stiff muscles. Others flexed their necks, backs and shoulders. A gentle breeze fluttered across the vast plain, caressing faces, and stiffening the flags. Alleviating the unbearable heat just a little bit. Suheldev emerged from his royal tent. Suited in armor. Armed with weapons. Fired by courage. Ready for battle. Tashani, Govardhan, Abdul, and Sonamani were waiting for him. Mounted on their horses. Suheldev smiled at them and nodded. He turned as his horse was brought to him. He mounted quickly and rode out. And the rest followed closely behind. All of them rode silently. To the front. Aslan was already there on the front lines. He was the first to see the Kong riding in. And he led the cheers. The roar of the Indians on seeing their brave king grew louder and louder. Suheldev! 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 Suheldev raised his hand. And the army fell silent. My friends, bellowed Suheldev, as he rode up and down the front line. He pointed at the Turks amassed on the other side of the huge battlefield. These monsters attacked the Somnathji temple. They tore down that holiest of shrines to our Lord. They broke his great idol. The Indians clenched their fists in fury, anger coursing through them. How many of you are Shaivites? A roar emanated from a third of the army, with loud shouts of Har Har Mahadev. We will avenge our Lord today, thundered Suheldev. These beasts also destroyed a temple to Lord Ram in Peshawar. They ground the idol to dust. How many of you are Vaishnavas? Loud roars of Jai Shri Ram and Jai Shri Krishna were heard from a third of the army. We will avenge him today as well. They destroyed Buddhist monasteries. They burnt down Sufi shrines, calling our Indian Muslims apostates. They destroyed temples to Shakti Ma, calling her worship sinful. How many of you follow these great paths of faith? Thunderous shouts of Jai Shri Buddha, Allahu Akbar and Jai Ma Shakti were heard. We will avenge them all today. Suheldev now leaned over from his saddle, bending down and picking up some dust from the ground. He reared up on top of his saddle, raised his closed fist and bellowed, "They have defiled this soil. They have insulted the earth of Mother India. How many of you are devotees of Mother India?" The entire army roared in unison. Jai Ma Bharati! Jai Ma Bharati! Boomed Suheldev. Tashani, Govardhan, Abdul, Sonamani and Aslan too repeated Suheldev's stirring cry. Jai Ma Bharati! Jai Ma Bharati! Jai Ma Bharati! Suheldev rode up and down the front line. His arm raised, his fist clenched tight. His loyal warriors kept repeating the cry. Jai Ma Bharati! Jai Ma Bharati! Suheldev opened his hand and spread the holy earth across his forehead. Then he signaled for silence. His soldiers obeyed. 1,000 years from now, poets will compose songs of this day. 1,000 years from now, the best bards in the land will write stories of this day. 1,000 years from now, Indians will stop what they are doing and listen in wonder to the brave legends that were formed today. They will believe that mythic warriors arose from the bosom of Mother India to defend her from the most brutal killers in human history. The army was deathly silent. Those Indians of 1,000 years from now will stand in awe of their ancestors, who fought like gods to defend freedom. They will stand in awe of you. They will stand in awe of the legendary warriors who fought and won the Battle of Barrage. The soldiers stood tall, their backs straight, their shoulders back, their spirits strong. Suheldev's voice dropped low. Now all we have to do is bring those legends to life. To victory, roared Tashini. To victory, bellowed all the Indians. Jai Ma Bharati! Jai Ma Bharati! Jai Ma Bharati! Suheldev rode back to where his lieutenants waited. His order was simple: to positions. As Aslan had predicted in their strategy meeting several days ago, the bulk of the Turcock cavalry was deployed on the two flanks. They appeared to have kept very few as reserves. Some good news from our spies. The army of Kannauj will not be fighting against us today, said Tashini. Abdul, Govardhan, and she were mounted on horses and formed a loose semicircle with Suheldev. Tashini continued. Apparently, revolts have broken out across Kannauj. The citizens are furious with the massacre at Hars Aran and the death of Vrishavitji. Ajitpal had to return to quell the revolts, otherwise Maksud's supply lines could have been threatened. Suheldev nodded grimly. That's a reckoning for another day. The army of Manoargar is here, though, said Tashini. King Jechand is reported to be in the center, along with Maksud. We fought and beat his soldiers often when we were bandits, Govardhan said, chuckling at his distant relative. This is the first time he's dared to personally take the field against us. Suheldev looked at Abdul and Govardhan. You know what you have to do. Abdul reached across and embraced Suheldev. Allah be with us today, great king. He then nodded towards Govardhan and Tashini. And galloped off. Govardhan reached over and hugged Suheldev. May Lord Ram guide us to victory, he said. Then he turned to Tashini and clasped her hand. Give them hell, brave lady. Tashini smiled and said, make sure that you leave some Turks for me to kill as well. Govardhan smiled even more broadly, then spurred his horse and rode away. Abdul was commanding the left flank while Govardhan was in charge of the right flank. Both reached their respective positions and quickly made sure their mounted troops were in full readiness. On the Turkic side, Maksud frowned as he surveyed the army lined up against him. The two Indian flanks were made up largely of infantrymen and archers, with just a few riders in support. The bulk of Suheldev's cavalry was concentrated in the center. It's almost as if Suheldev is inviting me to crush his flanks, he said. What the hell is he thinking? The fool has no experience of major battles, sneered Jechand, the king of Manoargar. He has only fought a few skirmishes in the forest and fancies himself to be a great general. Maksud grunted irritably. Like any seasoned warrior, he preferred not to underestimate his foe, especially one who had repeatedly proven himself to be a wily tactician. But he was unable to make sense of Suheldev's plan. Well, only one way to find out, he muttered to himself. He turned to his heralds. Signal a full charge by the cavalry on both flanks, he ordered. Crush the Kafirs and encircle them. Horns were blared, flags were waved and commands rang out. A few minutes later, the earth seemed to tremble as the Turkic cavalry thundered into action. As they charged headlong at their hopelessly mismatched foes, a massacre seemed inevitable. Abdul allowed himself a flicker of a smile as he saw the Turcock cavalry bearing down at his men. Allahu Akbar, he whispered to himself, shutting his eyes briefly. Then he reopened them and waited, counting down the seconds. Suddenly, one of the charging Turkic horses neighed loudly, a sound of pure agony and anguish, and went crashing to the ground. Another shrieked in pain and abruptly broke off its charge, hobbling to a side straight into the path of another charging horse. The two horses collided and the sound of the impact rang out clearly even over the noise made by galloping hooves and war cries. The two horses and their riders collapsed in a tangle of mutilated limbs and smashed bones. More and more horses were incapacitated in front of the stunned Turks. Horrified, Maksud turned to one of his officers. "Get up there and find out what the hell is going on." The mystifying development was the result of work done on Suheldev's command the previous night. Soldiers had liberally scattered spikes across the ground on which the Turkic cavalry was expected to charge. The spikes, which looked like four-pointed stars, had been specially made by local Indian ironsmiths. Because of their design, one of the four sharp iron spike points would always face upward from a stable base. Randomly strewn along the path of the advancing cavalry, they made for a simple but devastating trap, and the Turks had ridden right into it. The line of spikes was not very deep, but as the first few ranks of horses went down, they blocked the way for the cavalry coming up from behind, forcing the riders to pull up sharply. Some were unable to halt in time and their steeds went down too as they collided with the fallen horses, a few of which were struggling to get back on their feet, neighing painfully. As the Turkic charge faltered on both flanks, Suheldev raised his right arm, then brought it down. Seconds later, a whirring sound became audible as hundreds of arrows were unleashed on the enemy cavalry. They were followed within a few heartbeats by another volley of arrows. Then another. And another. In a continuous flow. The sharp arrows punched through the leather armor of the mounted Turkic soldiers. Only the senior officers had metal armor, capable of stopping these arrows. Terrified, agonized screams rang out from men and animals alike as death and destruction rained down upon them mercilessly. Maksud swore in frustration as he saw much of the cavalry that he had been heavily counting on torn to pieces in the first few minutes of the battle, before the two sides had even crossed swords. "Call them back," he roared, his voice thick with anger. There was no response and he turned to find the officer next to him staring at the field, his jaw hanging open as he gazed in horror at the carnage taking place there. Maksud lashed out angrily at the officer with his fist, breaking his jaw. All eyes in Maksud's vicinity instantly turned towards him. "If I have to repeat an order again, I'll take the head of the person who fails to obey me instantly. Now, call them back." Horns blared out again and the Turkic cavalry disengaged and began to limp back. Abdul grinned and turned to his infantrymen. "Follow them, but don't go beyond the line where the spikes end." On the other flank, Govardhan was giving the same orders to his men. Maksud looked around frantically as Suheldev's strategy finally became clear. "Our flanks are in retreat, and he'll to use his superior numbers at the center to crush us," he muttered to himself, racking his brain for some way to save his army from the impending doom that loomed before it. Then his face suddenly brightened. Govardhan was leading his men as they charged at the retreating Turks. "Don't cross the line of spikes," he yelled repeatedly as his men plunged into the shattered ranks of the fallen Turks, killing any survivors. He saw one soldier about to disobey him in his excitement, and slammed his mace down hard on his shield. "I'll kill anyone who doesn't follow orders," he shouted, waving his mace around in the air for emphasis. The men halted, some muttering discontentedly as they saw the Turks getting away. There was a gentle cough. Govardhan turned and saw a young officer looking at him with a perplexed expression. "What is it?" he snapped. "I beg your pardon, sir," said the officer diffidently. "It's just that we have them on the run right now. Why don't we finish them off?" Before Govardhan could answer, horns blared out again from the Turkic side. He looked towards them to see what was going on, then swore bitterly. "That's why," he said, pointing towards the left flank of Suheldev's army. Like Govardhan, Abdul too had been ensuring that none of his men crossed the safe zone. Unfortunately, some of the Turkic archers had been providing covering fire to help their cavalry retreat. A stray arrow had hit Abdul in the left eye, sending him tumbling from his horse. With Abdul no longer in charge, his excited men ignored their instructions and poured after the retreating Turks, stepping on the fallen bodies of Turkic men and horses to avoid trampling on the spikes that still littered the ground. As Maksud observed this, his flagging spirits lifted. Fate had offered him a slim chance and he gratefully seized it. "Turn around," he bellowed in excitement. "You're on safe ground now. Form up again. Charge at the Kafirs and wipe them out. They won't be able to stand against a cavalry charge on plain ground." Orders were relayed. And the Turks obeyed. The hunted suddenly turned into hunters as the Turkic riders swiftly yanked their horses around and charged at the Indian soldiers who were still pursuing them. Seething from the mauling they had received just a few moments ago, they struck furiously at their opponents. With the spikes no longer impeding the cavalry charge, and Suheldev's archers unable to shoot as they feared hitting their own troops, it was a hopelessly one-sided affair. Within a few moments, Suheldev's left flank was shredded. As his men tried to retreat, many were hacked to pieces. Suheldev cursed as he saw the dramatic turnaround. "We need to shore up that flank before it collapses completely." Tashini's regiment was closest to the flank. She signaled to her troops and rode off at a fast gallop. More regiments followed as fresh Indian soldiers raced to reinforce the left flank. Standing up in his stirrups to get a better look, Maksud surveyed the battlefield. "Things are a lot better now than they were a short while ago. Too bad we couldn't damage their right flank like we did the left." "That lake is protecting them," observed Kirim. "Then vice we could have outflanked them." Maksud swallowed, suddenly aware that he was painfully thirsty. He had not drunk water for what seemed like hours and he felt like he had sweated buckets, the damp clothes under his armor clinging to him like a second skin. "Give me some water," he ordered. A waterskin bag was hastily passed to him and he took a deep, grateful gulp. "Damn the heat in this blighted country," he cursed, mopping at his brow. Then, suddenly, he paused. "It's peak summer. The water level in the lake must be lower than usual." Maksud turned to Kirim. "Get somebody to ride a horse into the lake and see just how deep it is." Kirim knew that this would call for the equivalent of a sacrificial goat. Some poor soldier would drown in case the lake was too deep. But in case it wasn't so, a new flank could be opened against the Indians. Kirim knew better than to argue with Maksud during a battle. Orders were issued. And a Turkic soldier rushed to obey. Stripping off his armor hastily, he rode towards the lake and urged his horse into it. The animal hesitated, reluctant to enter the water. The officer spurred it on, and a couple of men prodded it from behind. Finally, it gingerly stepped into the lake. Within the first few steps, water had reached its knees, then its shoulders. "It's not going to work," thought Maksud bitterly. Then he noticed that the water was not rising any further even as the horse continued to wade across the lake. Soon, it had crossed the halfway point. As it moved further, the water receded and fell to its chest, then to its knees. Maksud's orders were issued immediately. "Ford the lake and come out on the other side. Then ride towards the rear of the enemy and cross the lake one more time to take him from there." The Turks on the flank hastened to comply. Govardhan frowned, puzzled as he saw the maneuver being carried out. Then in a flash, he understood what Maksud was trying to do. "Pull back!" Govardhan yelled to his men urgently. "When they cross the lake again, make sure we're facing them. Don't let them get behind us." The Indians scrambled to take their new positions, the archers making sure that they would be ideally situated to greet the Turkic soldiers with a deadly shower of arrows the moment they came into range. Suheldev grunted in satisfaction as he saw Govardhan's move. The burly general had done exactly what Suheldev himself would have in his place. Then he turned his attention back towards what lay in front of him. In the process of trying to outflank Suheldev by ordering his left cavalry to cross the lake, Maksud had opened up a huge gap between his center and left flank. Trying to fill the gap would mean thinning his ranks considerably. So far, Suheldev had avoided committing the bulk of his cavalry to the battle. Now, the vacant area seemed to gape invitingly at him. I can charge into that area and then smash straight through Maksud's center. He looked around and saw Aslan and his men in the front line, waiting patiently. Aslan felt Suheldev's gaze on him and looked at him questioningly. Suheldev beckoned to him to approach. Do you see what I see? Suheldev asked when Aslan got within earshot. Aslan nodded but said nothing. It's time, Suheldev told Aslan. Lead the charge on the enemy center. Aslan bowed his head and touched his chest with his hand. It will be an honor. Then he rode back swiftly to his small contingent. A roar of excitement went up from them as they heard the orders. Almost immediately, the charge began. Aslan's band raced towards the enemy. The rest of Suheldev's central cavalry followed a short distance behind. Here they come, said Kirim as the opposing cavalry swept towards them. Maksud nodded grimly, his face drawn. He was fully aware that the next few minutes could seal the fate of the battle one way or the other. Hold the center at all costs, he yelled at the top of his voice. No retreat, no surrender, no prisoners. The order was shouted up and down the ranks as the Turks waited for the Indian center to converge upon them. Chapter 31 Tashani slashed viciously with her sword, hacking the neck of a Ghazni soldier as he was about to strike an Indian who had been knocked down to the ground. The soldier's headless corpse collapsed onto the prone man. With a shudder, he pushed it away and scrambled to his feet, smiling in gratitude. The man's face was covered with blood and gore, but his features seemed vaguely familiar. Tashani squinted hard, and with a start realized that it was Sonamani. What happened here? She asked. Where's Abdul? Sonamani shook his head. I saw him get hit by a stray arrow. Bloody bad luck. I don't know what happened to him. Shit, it's a complete mess, thought Tashani. But maybe I can still retrieve the situation. She quickly looked around, assessing the scene, then raised her voice. Fall back and regroup. Fall back. Her heralds rushed to call out the orders. Just then a grating voice was heard. What's the hurry, sweetheart? It was a Turkic officer who had ridden up along with several other cavalrymen. Tashani had initially been accompanied by many bodyguards, but most of them had either fallen, or been left behind, in her daring charge to reinforce the collapsing flank. Tashani looked around. She was heavily outnumbered. Lady Kali be merciful. She didn't allow her despair to show on her face. She pointed her sword at the officer who had addressed her. My only hurry is to send you to the gates of hell, you dog. With a roar of anger, the Turk charged at Tashani. The sound of clashing blades rang out as Tashani blocked his blow, feeling the shock of the impact jar her wrist and shoulder. As the man prepared to swing again, Sonamani jabbed at him with a spear. The man warded off the attack but was momentarily distracted. Tashani immediately plunged her sword into his throat. Blood sprayed from the wound, drenching Tashani's face and stinging her eyes. She blinked and wiped away the blood, trying to clear her vision. There was a sudden blur of motion to her right. Tashani instinctively brought up her sword. She managed to deflect the blow, but the heavy enemy mace clashed with her helmet. A white light flashed before Tashani's eyes as the helmet was dislodged. Her ears began to ring. Dazed by the blow to her head, barely registering what was happening, she fought on, drawing upon muscle memory, defending herself purely by instinct. Just then, another rider charged up from behind and slashed at her. Tashani felt a blinding pain shoot through the right side of her face, then her body went numb and the world went black. The Turkic lancer lunged towards Suheldev, his weapon aimed straight at the king's chest. Suheldev turned the tip away with his sword, forcing the lance wide. As the lancer rode onwards, Suheldev struck with his sword, cutting off the man's head. It rolled on the ground, but the horse galloped on, the headless body listing slightly to the left and jetting blood in all directions. Suheldev's men had descended upon the Turks like a hammer blow. The Turkic center had held under the charge, but only just. It's a matter of time before they buckle and break. The Mahadev will grant us victory today. Another rider loomed up. Suheldev swung his sword. It bit through the Turk's leather armor, but got lodged in his shoulder. As the man screamed, his horse moved away. Suheldev was almost yanked off his saddle and felt a burst of agony in his shoulder. He let go of his sword, which was still trapped in his opponent's body, and grabbed at the reins. Aslan, fighting nearby, saw that Suheldev had been disarmed. And he still hadn't reached for the reserve sword in his saddle. Aslan began to ride towards him, and then his eyes widened as he saw Kirim charging at Suheldev, his lance at the ready. Aslan shouted a warning to Suheldev, which was drowned out in the din. Suheldev became aware of the danger in the nick of time. As Kirim thrust at him with his lance, Suheldev managed to block the blow with his shield at the last possible second. The impact of the blow shattered the lance. Suheldev, already off balance, felt the shock wave go through his entire body. He flew through the air before crashing to the ground. Kirim threw away his useless lance and drew a sword. Suheldev looked around desperately and saw a spear lying next to the body of a dead soldier. He scooped it up and lunged upwards just as Kirim drew back his sword for the killing blow. As he saw the spear being thrust at him, Kirim tried to jerk his head away, but it was too late. The spear went through his right eye and emerged from the back of his head, killing him instantly. Kirim's horse, still running, cannoned into Suheldev, knocking him to the ground. He hit his head hard and passed out instantly. Seeing him lying senseless, a Turkic officer prepared to finish him off. Osgur, no, cried out Aslan. He arrived just as Osgur was about to strike and blocked his blade with his own. Osgur looked first at the prone Suheldev and then at Aslan. He was a loyal soldier of Ghazni, but had enormous affection and respect for Aslan, whom he still addressed by his old name, Salome Sud. The conflict was written large on his face. "He's our enemy, my lord," pleaded Osgur. "He's my friend," roared Aslan. "You'll have to kill me first." Osgur hesitated for a split second. It was long enough for several of Aslan's disciples to rush to his aid. Osgur disengaged from Aslan and retreated. Aslan sighed with relief. He had been prepared to battle with Osgur if need be, but was much happier not having to fight him. Quickly dismounting, he lifted Suheldev and slung him over his saddle. He turned to one of his disciples. "Get the king to the hospital tent. Take as many of our men as you need. Keep him safe at all costs. The king has fallen." Aslan whipped around as he heard the cry from one of Suheldev's soldiers. "The Khan will be back. Fight on," he yelled, but he could see the rumor spreading rapidly through the ranks, unnerving the men. The charge was in danger of failing. "Come on, my brave warriors," thundered Aslan. "This battle is not over while we live. Allahu Akbar." His disciples cheered and rallied around him with roars of Allahu Akbar. Death to the Ghaznavids. Seeing their fellow men charge at the Turks, Suheldev's soldiers rallied as well. And launched another charge with cries of Har Har Mahadev. News of the ferocity of the charge of the Indians in this part of the battle reached Maksud quickly through some heralds. He also knew that Kirim was in charge of that wing of the army. He was surprised that Kirim was not able to hold the Indians back. The heralds had, wisely, not told Maksud that Kirim was dead. They knew that this would break the Turkic general. Maksud gathered his forces and rushed towards where Aslan and his forces were causing havoc. While riding, he called out to a herald and said, "Get Kirim to meet me. I'll tell him what to do." The herald kept riding, remaining silent, eyes downcast. It was only moments later that Maksud realized that there had been no reply from the herald. He looked at the man. And from his eyes, the answer was clear. That Kirim was dead. "Where is he? Take me to him." "My lord, please don't," begged the herald. "Take me to him," screamed Maksud, on the verge of hysteria. The herald bowed his head and rode towards where Kerim had fallen. A platoon of Turkic soldiers was fighting to keep their commander's body from falling into the enemy's hands. Kerim's body had been hastily covered with a flag of Ghazni that had fallen along with the flag bearer. Maksud fought his way through, dismounted, and reached for the flag. The Turkic herald pleaded, "My lord, please don't. I beg you." Maksud ignored him and pulled away the flag, uncovering Kerim. He howled in agony when he saw Kerim's beautiful face, horribly ruined by the death blow. He clutched at his chest and sank to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Rage and misery ravaged Maksud's soul. He hugged Kerim's body and tenderly kissed what remained of his lover's forehead. "I will see you in paradise, my beloved." Then he placed Kerim's mutilated head back on the ground. He turned around and mounted his horse, his face like thunder. "Kill the Kafirs," roared Maksud to his men. "Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive." Maksud spurred his horse and rode towards a spot on the battlefield where the fighting was particularly intense. As he drew closer, he saw his younger twin brother. Maksud had found out just the previous day that his twin was still alive, and that he had allied with the Indians. "Mesuyuad," screamed Maksud, all his grief and rage channeled at his brother. "Fight me, you treacherous cur!" The cry rang out across the field. Aslan looked up and saw Maksud riding full tilt at him, a furious expression on his face. Suddenly, an Indian arrow hit Maksud's horse, right through the rear flexor leg muscles. The incapacitated horse crumpled to the ground, throwing Maksud clear. Showing remarkable agility for a man of his bulk, he rolled away and scrambled to his feet, snatching up a sword and shield that lay beside a fallen soldier. Aslan hesitated, then reined in his horse. He dismounted and stood in front of his brother. There was regret on his face, but there was a look of resolution as well. "If we're going to fight, let's do it fair and square," he said. Maksud's face was streaked with tears and his eyes were bloodshot. "You called Kerim," roared Maksud, his voice that of a man who had nothing left to live for. For all his differences with his brother, Aslan felt a pang of empathy for his pain. "I did not, and I am sorry for what happened to him." He meant it. He had always been fond of Kerim, whom he saw as a moderating influence on his brother. Kerim had been a friend of his too. A look of pure hatred flashed on Maksud's face. "I will not leave a single person in this idol-worshipping, infidel hellhole alive. Beginning with you." Aslan rolled his shoulders and flexed his neck, trying to work the tension out of his joints. Then settled into battle position, balancing himself lightly on the balls of his feet, his sword held up. Deep down, he had always known that one day he would end up in a battle to the death with his brother over the soul of a religion. "Allahu Akbar," thundered Aslan. And then added, "Har Har Mahadev." For a few seconds, the two brothers circled each other warily. Then Maksud let out a roar and attacked. Maksud began with a swing towards Aslan's head, which he blocked with his shield. Aslan's counter-strike, in turn, was thwarted by Maksud's shield. Maksud swung again, and Aslan ducked under the blow. As Maksud's sword completed its swing, he was momentarily off balance. Aslan barreled into him with his shield, knocking him off his feet. Maksud scrambled away hastily and came to his feet again, still holding onto his sword, but without his shield. Maksud took a deep breath, composing himself. Then he rained a series of blows on Aslan, who used his shield to ward them off. Abruptly, Maksud kicked out at his twin's knee. As Aslan stumbled, his brother grabbed the rim of his shield and yanked it forward, following up with a blow of his sword's pommel to Aslan's mouth. Momentarily stunned, Aslan let his sword slip from his hand. Maksud let out a triumphant roar, wrenched away Aslan's shield and hurled it to the ground. He raised his sword for the decisive blow, but Aslan grabbed his wrist and clung on grimly. Maksud grabbed his brother by the throat and tried to choke him even as the two wrestled for the sword. Aslan clawed desperately at his brother's grip, but it was too strong. With only a few seconds of consciousness left, he jabbed his fingers at Maksud's eyes. Maksud howled in pain and jerked his head back, loosening his grip on Aslan's throat. Aslan pushed Maksud's hand away and hastily backed off, snatching up his fallen sword. Maksud charged and swung his blade wildly at Aslan's head. Aslan parried the blow and then punched Maksud hard on the mouth, rocking him back on his heels. Maksud retreated a couple of steps and shook his head to clear it. He spat out blood, wiped his mouth and roared in anger. Then he brought up his sword in the classic defensive position and glared at his brother, taking deep breaths to compose himself. Aslan moved unhurriedly towards Maksud, then suddenly snapped into motion and thrust his blade at him with lightning speed, hoping to catch him by surprise. But Maksud was ready and waiting. He responded by deflecting Aslan's blade upwards, then cut at his brother's stomach. Aslan leapt back in the nick of time. "We had the same teacher, brother," smirked Maksud. "Remember?" "Yes. And I was the better student." "So you think?" "Save your breath for the fight," said Aslan, launching a series of rapid thrusts and cuts. Maksud countered them, but was steadily forced back by the fury of his twin's onslaught. Unable to see where he was going, Maksud stumbled upon a corpse lying on the ground and fell. As he quickly got up on one knee, Aslan slashed at him hard. Maksud blocked him with his sword, but his grip was loose and the force of Aslan's blow knocked the weapon out of his hand. With an animal cry of rage and desperation, Maksud pulled out a dagger from his waistband and lunged at Aslan, even as his twin tried to strike him with his sword. Maksud took a vice-like grip on Aslan's right hand, preventing him from bringing down his sword. Aslan did the same with Maksud's right hand, preventing him from thrusting up with his dagger. The veins stood out on the foreheads of both brothers as they strained against each other, each exerting his formidable strength to the utmost. Gradually, though, Maksud was able to push Aslan back. First one step, then another, and then another. Aslan abruptly changed tack. Instead of trying to overpower Maksud, he stepped forward, hooked a leg behind Maksud's, and pushed. The startled Maksud went sprawling to the ground. Aslan kicked hard at his wrist, sending the dagger spinning out of his hand. Yet again, Maksud showed remarkable athleticism for his bulk. He came off the ground like an uncoiled spring, wrapping his arms around his brother's waist and knocked him off his feet. As Aslan tried to rise, Maksud grabbed his neck with one hand and an arm with the other hand, lifted him up and hurled him through the air. Aslan landed hard on the ground, the breath knocked out of him. He struggled to his knees, searching for his sword. Maksud came storming up and kicked him hard in the ribs. Aslan groaned in agony and doubled up. Maksud wound up for another kick, but, as he launched it, Aslan grabbed his foot and tugged hard, throwing him off balance. As Maksud crashed to the ground, Aslan hurled himself upon him. The two brothers rolled over and over, grappling as they once used to playfully do in a far more innocent time, when they were still children. But now, they were hell-bent on tearing each other apart. The two finally wound up with Maksud on his back and Aslan straddling him. Their helmets had long since fallen off and their faces were bloody and torn wherever they had clawed at each other with their nails. They pummeled each other with their bare hands, years of pent-up anger and animosity finally finding release. Aslan backhanded his brother hard across the face. The back of Maksud's head slammed against the ground. With a roar, he raised his torso and punched Aslan hard on the cheek. Aslan rocked back and Maksud pushed him off his stomach. Aslan fell to the ground and rolled away. His breath coming in ragged gasps, Maksud staggered to his feet. Blearily, he saw Aslan lying on the ground. He strode towards him, intent on bashing in his head with a kick. Aslan slowly rolled onto his stomach. Through eyes that had been reduced to little more than slits, he saw his brother advancing purposefully towards him. Exhausted, He placed both hands on the ground to push himself up. His right hand touched something. He peered at it and realized that it was the handle of a sword. As Maksud drew up, Aslan pushed himself upwards with his left hand and swung hard with the sword. The blade sliced through Maksud's thigh, opening a deep, bloody gash. Maksud cried out in pain and shock as his leg gave way. As he collapsed, Aslan pushed him onto his back and loomed over him, sword in hand. "Please, brother." Maksud levered himself onto his elbows and raised a beseeching hand. "Mercy! Mercy!" Aslan paused, then his expression hardened. But before he could do anything, Maksud spoke again, in a wheedling tone. "Think of our parents, I beg you. You have already abandoned them. Will you leave them without any sons?" Aslan stopped as if he had been struck. The bloodlust fading from his eyes, replaced by a look of uncertainty. "Please." Maksud pleaded again. "Spare me. I promise I will leave India and never come back." Aslan stared at his elder twin brother. "I had promised Kirim that I would not kill Maksud." Kirim had once saved Aslan's life, when he was still Salome Sud. Aslan always felt that he owed Kirim for this. And the death of Kirim was a blow to him as well. The tension in Aslan's posture eased. "Do you surrender to me, brother?" "Yes, yes, I do," said Maksud eagerly. "Please, just let me go. I will spend the rest of my days in Mecca. I will spend the rest of my days in prayer. Let me grieve for Kirim in peace. Please." Aslan lowered his sword. "I accept your surrender. Order your army to stand down." "Yes, of course," replied Maksud, raising his hand. "Help me up, my brother." Aslan reached down and extended his hand to his twin. Maksud smiled and grasped his brother's hand. Aslan pulled him up. As Maksud came to his feet, his smile widened. Then he suddenly grabbed Aslan by the hair and viciously head-butted him. Aslan blanked out for a few seconds. When he came to his senses, he was flat on the ground. The sun beating into his face. And then a shadow fell over him. He looked up and saw Maksud standing by the side, a sword in his hand. Aslan gave Maksud a look filled with contempt, but said nothing. Maksud waited for Aslan to do something. Anything. Perhaps he would beg for mercy, shout at him in anger, or even just avert his gaze in fear. Aslan did none of that. He just stared at Maksud in an unnerving manner. It was Maksud who finally broke the silence. "Rot in hell, my brother," he said, his voice bursting with hatred. Then he swung his blade at Aslan's neck, decapitating him in one mighty blow. Aslan's severed head rolled to the side. As it came to a halt, it was positioned such that his eyes were staring up at Maksud. At his brother. There was pure disgust in those eyes. Disgust at Salam Maksud. Chapter 32. Tashani cried out in pain as the medic applied an antiseptic-soaked cloth to her wound. Her body convulsed briefly and then became still again. "Suhel, Suhel," she muttered. "I'm here," said Suheldev, tightly gripping her hand. "She's delirious, great king," said the medic gently. "I don't think she's hearing you." Suheldev had been brought unconscious to the field hospital, but a quick inspection had revealed nothing more serious than a concussion and a shoulder strain. The doctor had told him that he needed to rest. Suheldev had curtly responded that with the battle still raging, that was simply not an option. He had been about to leave when he heard that Tashani was lying wounded in another hospital tent, and rushed to check on her. Now, he gently stroked her arm, trying to comfort her. Just then, a senior officer burst into the large tent. "My lord, Aslan is dead. He had his brother at his mercy but spared his life. In return, his treacherous brother deceitfully killed him." Suheldev came to his feet. Enraged. "My lord, the men are panicking," continued the officer. "They are on the verge of breaking." Perhaps we should consider retreating and fighting another day. Suheldev shook his head. If we run now, we'll spend the rest of our lives running. How many fresh men left in the reserves? The officer shrugged. A couple of regiments at best. If we deploy them, then we have no reserves left to cover a retreat. Warfare in these set-piece battles was hugely dependent on when and where the reserve troops were brought into play. Get them ready to charge. It's all or nothing now. Saying this, Suheldev strode out of the tent. A fresh horse was brought for Suheldev. Like all the steeds meant for the king, it was a tall, magnificent animal and had been specially trained for combat. Suheldev stroked its face gently. I'm counting on you, Pavan. Take me to victory today and I'll give you a wonderful retirement, with all the juicy grass and pretty mares that you could desire. Then he swung onto the saddle. A boy who looked like he had barely entered his teens was holding the flag of Tripathi. Hold that flag up high, boy. Let all our soldiers see it, ordered Suheldev. Then he signaled to the men. Let's go. As Suheldev led the men towards the carnage, he encountered a group of Indian soldiers who were retreating, panic writ large on their faces. The men halted when they saw their king. Deserters, growled an officer. Shall we execute them, my lord? Wait, said Suheldev. He addressed one of the men, a grizzled veteran. I remember seeing you this morning, taking an oath along with me to protect our motherland till our last breath. Were those mere words? Do you have no sense of pride? Or honor? Then why did you become a soldier? Forgive us, great king, said the shamefaced soldier, unable to look Suheldev in the eye. We thought you had left the battle. Suheldev rose and stood up tall in his saddle. Go back to the battle, all of you. Shout it out loud for everyone to hear. I am here. I never have and I never will abandon any of you. The king is here. Shouted the veteran loudly. The cry was taken up by the other men, and it rippled through the battleground, infusing fresh hope into Suheldev's troops. The king is here. King Suheldev is here. Suheldev turned to the troops following him and spread his arms wide as if to embrace all of them. My brothers, I will need all your strength and courage today. Will you ride with me? All the men spoke in unison. Yes, my lord. Will you ride with me to victory? Yes, my lord. Suheldev raised his sword high and brandished it. Fight for our land. For our people. For Mother India. Har Har Mahadev. The roar was taken up through the ranks. Har Har Mahadev. Some of the survivors from Aslan's troops shouted, Allahu Akbar. Suheldev looked at them and roared, Avenge Aslan. Allahu Akbar. A loud cry went up from the brave warriors. Charge, bellowed Suheldev, urging his horse into a flat-out gallop. The men followed, the hooves of their horses making a thundering sound. Suheldev's fresh attack smashed through the ranks of the Ghazni army, slicing through its core like a knife going through butter. As the Turks scattered, the soldiers of Tripathi who had been fighting through the day poured in after Suheldev, finding a fresh burst of energy in their exhausted limbs. The first significant resistance Suheldev encountered was from a group of soldiers dressed in Indian-style armor. As he watched them in action, he couldn't help but grudgingly acknowledge their skill and courage. It's a shame they're fighting on the other side. A rider suddenly loomed up from the right and struck at Suheldev with a sword. Suheldev parried the blow and rode past. Just then, Suheldev felt a sharp pain on his left. While he had been distracted by the sword attack, a lancer had attacked from the other side. Only Suheldev's armor had saved him from being run through. Even so, the lance had inflicted a wound that hurt like hell. The lancer thrust again. With only a split second to react, Suheldev dropped the reins that he was holding in his left hand, grasped the lance from just under the tip and pushed it away from him. The lancer let out a frustrated cry, but before he could do anything else, Suheldev used pressure from his knees to guide his horse, Pavan, straight onto a collision course with the other man's mount. The two horses rammed into each other with a sickening thud. For a brief moment, both animals staggered and teetered. Pavan managed to regain its footing, but the other horse toppled over, falling on its rider. "Good boy," said Suheldev, patting Pavan. Then he saw the first rider charging back into the fight. Again, Suheldev blocked his blow. Before the rider could strike again, one of Suheldev's men buried an axe into the back of his head. Suheldev nodded to his soldier and turned again to his left. The lancer seemed to have fractured a leg but was determinedly hobbling towards Suheldev. He tried to grab Suheldev and pull him down from the saddle. The king took his foot out of the stirrup and kicked the man in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. As he tried to rise again, Pavan reared up and smashed the man's skull with his hooves. Suheldev felt his heart hammering in his chest and took a couple of deep breaths, trying to steady himself. Pavan was equally agitated and Suheldev stroked him gently, soothing him. He looked around the battlefield, trying to take stock of the situation. Then he paused, unconsciously sucking in his breath as he saw a thick-set, heavily bearded man with a curled mustache and a hawk nose scowling at him. His armor was metallic but had a golden sheen, and the emblem of a rising sun was emblazoned on the chest. "These men are his guards." "Jechand," bellowed Suheldev. The king of Manoargarh growled. "Suheldev." "Your men fight well," shouted Suheldev. "They deserve better than a king like you." Jechand snarled in anger and rode towards Suheldev, his sword held high. Suheldev pulled his shield forward. As he came close, Jechand hacked at the king of Shravasthi with his sword, in a standard top-to-down kill strike. Suheldev blocked the blow easily with his shield, then countered with his own sword. Jechand moaned in agony as Suheldev's blade hammered down on his gauntlet. The protective covering absorbed some of the blow's impact, but it was still hard enough to leave Jechand in acute pain. Before he could recover from the first blow, Suheldev hit him on the same spot again. Jechand's hand went numb. The sword slipped out of his paralyzed fingers. Jechand's faltering resolve broke completely. He tried to turn his horse around and flee. Then his eyes bulged in shock as Suheldev drove his sword through the side of his neck. Jechand stared incredulously at the tip of Suheldev's sword as it emerged from his throat. He tried to speak but only gurgling sounds came out. He coughed once and a mouthful of blood poured out. Then he slumped forward in the saddle. Dead. Chapter 33 Jechand's corpse had fallen off his horse. His guards had surrendered already. Suheldev ordered them to fight on his side with the Indians. Just then a tense voice was heard. "My lord! My lord!" It was Suheldev, the general who had been sent with a division of Chandela troops to fight alongside the confederacy led by Suheldev. Suheldev turned towards Suheldev. "What had happened? Our left flank has broken. We need to fall back to avoid being encircled." Suheldev cursed. "Send a messenger to Govardhan. Tell him to send some troops to shore up the flank." Suheldev shook his head. "Govardhan has already sent as many men as he can. If he sends more, his own position in the right flank will be weakened and he will be overrun." Before Suheldev could reply, he heard the sound of horns blaring from behind the Indian positions. "From the left flank? What the hell?" He edged up on his horse and peered into the distance. Deep behind his own left lines, there were about 5,000 fresh horsemen galloping into the fight. "Lord Shiva have mercy." Suheldev was stunned. Reinforcement cavalry for Maksud. Where the hell did they come from? Suheldev said nothing. There was nothing left to say. He had gambled everything he had on one last throw of the dice. He had no reserve troops left. And fate had sprung a surprise on him. A cruel surprise. Suheldev continued staring at Suheldev. He didn't say anything either. But the silent message from his eyes was obvious. It's over. It's over for us. Suheldev straightened his back and clenched his sword hilt tighter. We may die today, General Suheldev. But we will give them hell before we do so. Suheldev smiled. It has been an honor, my lord. Suheldev smiled too. I will be honored to die with you, my friend. Suheldev held his sword high. Until death. Until death. The cavalry riding towards the Indians started slowing down to a canter. What's going on? Suheldev pushed his feet deeper into the stirrups and stood up in his saddle. To look further behind his left flank. The new horsemen riding into battle had their spears raised. They weren't in attacking position, where the spears would be pointing forward. And then he heard the war cries of this cavalry. Vira! Vetri! Suheldev turned towards Suheldev, confused. What are they chanting? Who are these people? A bolt of electricity ran up Suheldev's spine as he finally understood what was going on. As he heard the war cries clearly for the first time. Veer Abel. Vetrivel. Vel was the spear that was used by Lord Karthik, the fierce warrior son of the Mahadev, Lord Shiva. A lance that was considered invincible. His followers honored him with this battle cry, celebrating the greatest warrior that ever walked the holy land of India. Courageous Vel. Victorious Vel. Veer Abel. Vetrivel. Veer Abel. Vetrivel. Suheldev turned to Suheldev. Who are they? They are ours, said Suheldev, his voice cracking with excitement. They are our countrymen. The Cholas. Suheldev turned to his troops. Part. This was a maneuver that Suheldev had trained his people for. To move back, part positions, and offer space for reserves to ride through into battle. The army of Tripathi immediately obeyed their king. Moving back to offer an opening to the Cholas at the left flank. The Cholas riding in understood immediately what was going on. They goaded their horses and picked up pace. Veer Abel. Vetrivel. The Cholas were now close enough that their faces were distinguishable. Suheldev saw a massive man at the head, riding his horse hard. Tall, well over 6 feet in height. Fair-skinned. Chiseled muscular physique. Handlebar mustache. Very obviously the commander. Suheldev looked at him and nodded. The commander nodded back. And then the Chola commander goaded his horse into a quicker gallop as he lowered his spear threateningly forward. And roared loudly, "Brave Cholas! Kill them all!" The Chola troops followed their commander. Lowering their spears. And charging headlong into the startled Turks. Suheldev couldn't contain his excitement as he saw the Cholas crash into the Turks. Killing all in their path mercilessly. Suheldev turned to his troops and raised his voice. Men, we have the enemy on their knees now. Finish this battle once and for all. No prisoners. No mercy. Kill them all. Jai Ma Bharati. The battle cry echoed through the field as Suheldev's soldiers dug deep within their emotional and physical reserves, and unleashed one more attack. Trapped between Suheldev's army in the center and right flank, and the freshly charging in Cholas in the left, and exhausted from fighting all day, the Ghazni army collapsed. Suheldev hacked, stabbed, and slashed in a frenzy, losing count of the number of Turks he killed. His soldiers followed suit, exultant, as a gritty stalemate turned rapidly into a triumph. The field became slushy with blood and corpses piled up as the battle became a one-sided carnage. Many soldiers of Ghazni threw down their weapons and pleaded for mercy. But none was given. The army of Ghazni broke, the myth of Turkic invincibility shattered loudly. A few soldiers turned and ran, then more followed. It began as a trickle, and turned into a flood, as the Turks fled for their lives. They were relentlessly followed and ruthlessly struck down. Every last Turk was chased. Every last Turk was killed. Save one. One was kept alive. For the justice of Suheldev. It was late in the night. After the massacre of the Turks earlier in the day, the Indians had gathered in their camp. To celebrate. To recuperate. To sleep. Doctors had worked steadily to save many Indian soldiers. Though the Indians had lost only around 15,000 soldiers, the entire Turkic army of 60,000 had been wiped out. This had been one of the most one-sided encounters in recent history. More of a massacre than a battle. Suheldev and all the other commanders of the Confederacy were searching through the entire area for Salim Maksud, who had escaped. The orders to the soldiers were clear. Search for a Turk who looks like Aslan. And bring him back alive. Suheldev was sitting in the royal tent, his wounds having been dressed. He was tired beyond measure. But sheer excitement and the remnants of adrenaline pumping in his body did not allow him to fall asleep. Tashini had recovered enough to be conscious, but she had spent the afternoon and evening in a fitful sleep. She reclined in a comfortable chair, not far from where Suheldev was sitting. Awake, but a little groggy. Abdul had been found. Fortunately, the wound wasn't very serious. He had lost his left eye, but the arrow had not penetrated the eye socket. He too was sitting on a chair, a short distance from Suheldev, a patch over his eye, bandages all over his body. Weak, but conscious and alert. And deliriously happy at the Indian victory. Govardhan had just entered the tent and was sitting in a chair closer to the tent curtain. His left arm in a sling and some bandages on his body, but relatively unscathed. You didn't suffer much, Suheldev said with a smile. Govardhan laughed softly. Apparently, I've got a few broken bones. But my fighting arm is intact. By the grace of Lord Ram. By the grace of Lord Ram. Then Suheldev turned to the tall, fair-skinned stranger with a handlebar mustache and trimmed beard, who had entered with Govardhan. He didn't bear any serious injuries at all. He had been offered a seat next to Govardhan and was sitting there. Suheldev folded his hands into an namasti and spoke in Sanskrit, the language that the educated classes across India knew. I can guess who you are, noble Arya. My love, respect, and honor to the great Emperor Rajendra Chola. Your help arrived just in time. The man smiled and folded his hands into a namasti. My emperor, the great Rajendra Chola, sees you too as an Arya, noble Suheldev. You have fought for our land, for our gods. It was our duty to help you. After Kashinath's meeting with Rajendra Chola, the emperor had decided to help Suheldev's war effort. But he knew that his entire army would never be able to get to Baraj in time. So he had ordered his general to rush to the northernmost outposts of the Chola Empire, in Bengal, and gather as much light cavalry as he could, and then race to Suheldev's support, through the river Rhine route. It meant that they could get to Baraj quickly. But it also meant that they could come with only a relatively small force of 5,000 cavalry. Fortunately, that cavalry had been enough. It had been more than enough. What is your name, great general? Asked Suheldev. My name is Narsinghan. Suheldev rose from his chair with great difficulty, refusing help from the attendants close by. Then he walked over to Narsinghan, who too had risen from his chair. Suheldev reached over and embraced Narsinghan warmly. Lord Shiva bless you, noble Narsinghan. Narsinghan was genuinely surprised with the warm personal gesture from one who was a king. So he took a few seconds to respond. But respond he did. Warmly. He put his arms around Suheldev, careful not to make his grip so tight that it hurt the injured king. And he said, May Lord Shiva continue to bless you too, noble king. As long as time keeps running, the world will remember you as one of the greatest devotees of Lord Shiva, and one of the finest sons of Mother India. Suddenly, Suheldev entered the tent, parting the curtains rapidly. He was obviously excited. Suheldev stepped back from Narsinghan and looked at Suheldev, his eyebrows raised in question. My lord, said Suheldev, we have found him. He was hiding in a ditch like the coward that he is. But we found the bastard. He is outside. Suheldev held his breath. Salam Maksud. He looked back at Tashini. Steel in his eyes. She looked at him and nodded. A short while later, the main leaders of Suheldev's army were gathered in the open area outside the royal tent. Suheldev, Tashini, Govardhan, and Abdul were sitting on chairs. The Chola general Narsinghan too was sitting by them. So were the Chandela general Suryavar and all other allies from Suheldev's confederacy. The badly injured Sonamani had also been brought out. He was on a reclining chair, his head raised, so that he could see justice being done. Numerous torches had been lit all across the open ground, spreading light far and wide. Indian soldiers stood at the back, kept at a distance. They were jeering and hooting at the hated Turk, who was on his knees, in the open ground between them and the royal tent. Hands and legs tied together. Bleeding. Head covered in cloth. Salam Maksud. Remove the head cover, ordered Suheldev. Let us see this dog of Ghazni. Two soldiers standing close to Maksud held him tight and quickly removed the cloth. Shock rippled through the Indians present. Maksud barely looked human. One terribly swollen eye was completely shut. The other was bright red, the blood capillaries inside having burst open. His hair and face were caked with blood, gore and dust. The left ear had been partially cut and was barely hanging onto the rest of the head by a slender thread of slan and sinew. But it wasn't the sight of his injuries that had shocked the Indians. They felt no sympathy for a man who had only recently massacred an entire city of innocent, unarmed civilians. What shocked them was Maksud's face. It was an almost exact replica of Aslan's. Or Salome Sud, as they had come to know. The same hazel eyes. The same Central Asian features. Skin color. Everything. It was unnerving to see a face that they loved and trusted on another man who they saw as a monster. How could the same face be shared between one who was so good and another who was pure evil? Suheldev flicked his hand, gesturing his order to his soldiers. Pull him up. Two men seized Maksud and roughly hauled him to his feet. He stood briefly, then groaned and slumped to his knees, his wounded leg unable to bear his weight. His armor had been pierced at several places, and while much blood had clotted, some still trickled out of his numerous wounds. The massive injury on his thigh, inflicted by Aslan, was especially severe. Maksud had managed to staunch the blood flow there by sealing it with a scalding knife and tying a piece of cloth tight around it. Quick battlefield first aid. Mercy, he pleaded in a hoarse voice, licking his dry lips. Mercy. That is what your Dharma dictates. Suheldev looked at Maksud incredulously. Mercy? Dharma? Don't defile those precious words with your cursed tongue. I deserve a fair trial. I know your Dharma I deserve. Suheldev interrupted Maksud. You deserve nothing. Except a public execution. Maksud looked at Suheldev with barely disguised disgust. Go to hell. Kafir. Suheldev got up from his seat. His injuries forgotten. The rage flowing through his veins had gripped his soul and steeled his body. He walked over to Maksud. Slowly. Maksud spat towards Suheldev. Globs of viscous spit landing on Suheldev's shoes. Kill me, Kafir. Suheldev remained silent, letting his angry eyes speak. Maksud suddenly took a deep breath and found the strength to raise his voice, so that all could hear. Kill me, all you Kafirs. In any case I will go to heaven. Allah will take care of me. You idolaters will all go to hell. Then Maksud looked around. And I know that there are Muslims among you. You sided with the heathens. Allah will punish you. You will all go to hell. You will never see heaven. Prepare for hellfire. Suheldev looked back at Abdul. Abdul stood up slowly. I am a Muslim. Allah will praise us for fighting for our country, and as for heaven, I am already living in it. Cries of Allahu Akbar rang out among the crowds, from the tongues of both the Muslim and the Hindu Indians. Maksud looked at Abdul and spat again. Then he turned to Suheldev. Kill me and be done with it. Suheldev spoke up. I am worried about you, Maksud. Because if you have to go to heaven, isn't your body supposed to be properly buried? For the first time, a look of pure terror descended on Maksud's face. You can't. I was thinking of beheading you and then burning your body. Maksud actually believed in what he preached. He was not scared of dying. But he was scared of dying in a way in which reaching heaven was impossible, at least according to his own beliefs. He looked towards Abdul. You are a Muslim, you cannot allow this to happen to another Muslim. I must have proper funeral ceremonies. Abdul said loudly, his voice ringing with emotion, you are not a Muslim, Maksud. A man who kills innocent, unarmed civilians cannot be a Muslim. I don't give a shit what happens to your body. A petrified Maksud turned to Suheldev. You cannot do this, you have to honor your dharma. You have to treat your enemy with respect. You have to give me proper funeral ceremonies. Suheldev drew his sword slowly. The eerie sound of the blade, as it edged out of the scabbard, reflected the rage of a civilized country, fighting back against barbarians, in the only language they understood. Maksud kept pleading. I deserve a proper funeral, you have to follow your dharma. Suheldev's lips curled up in a cruel smile, and he whispered, your body will burn. The king of Tripathi swung his sword in a mighty arc, decapitating Salo Maksud with one brutal stroke. Maksud's headless body fell back to the ground, a dark red pool rapidly forming as murky blood pumped out of his gaping neck in torrents. His head rolled to the side. His vacant dead eyes resting on the soil that he had dared to defile. Suheldev dropped his sword to the ground. And he slowly pulled out a pendant that he wore around his neck. It was the miniature Shivalinga that had been gifted to him years ago by his elder brother. He spoke to his brother. He spoke to his motherland. He spoke to his God. You have been avenged. Chapter 34. It had been just half an hour since the execution of Salo Maksud. His decapitated body lay where it was. A platoon of Govardhan soldiers guarding it. Suheldev was back in his royal tent, sitting at his desk, signing orders. Tashini was lying on the bed, recovering. 2 physicians were in constant attendance. Suheldev had put her in his own tent so that he could personally look after any of her needs. Govardhan and Abdul had just been announced. What is it? Asked Suheldev, surprised at the intrusion, laying the feather-tipped pen down. Govardhan and Abdul remained silent. Govardhan seemed nervous. And Abdul looked angry. What is it, my friends? Asked Suheldev, his tone softer. Abdul stared at Govardhan. Clearly unhappy. Suheldev too turned towards Govardhan and raised his eyebrows questioningly. My Kong, said Govardhan. You are not actually going to, are you? Going to do what? With Salo Maksud, I mean. What about Maksud? Are you actually going to burn his body? Suheldev sighed and leaned back in his chair. Abdul spoke up. My lord Suheldev, I have made my stand clear already. I spoke with many Maulanas after the massacre ordered by Maksud Adhar's Aaron. They were all unanimous. Maksud is not a Muslim anymore if he committed a heinous crime like that. We do not accept him as one of us. We refuse to take his corpse. You can do what you want with it. It is not about what the Maulanas say, Abdul, said Govardhan. It is about what they say, Govardhan, said Abdul. You were telling me just a little while back that he should receive Islamic funeral ceremonies. I can tell you that no Indian Muslim burial ground will accept his body. We will not do his funeral ceremony. He is not one of us. And you are insulting us Indian Muslims by trying to treat him as one of us. I am not trying to do that, Abdul, said Govardhan, his tone placating. I am not saying that Indian Muslims have to carry out any ceremonies for Maksud's body. I am saying that my men and I could do it. We can bury him ourselves. With respect. It's not about Salam Maksud. It's about us. It's about how we should behave. And how should we behave, Govardhan? Asked Suheldev. My king, I agree with you that we had to be ruthless when we fought them. But there is a difference between the Turks and us. We are not monsters. We are the descendants of gods. Of Lord Shiva and Lord Ram. Of Lady Sati and Lady Sita. History will look at us. Dharma will look at us. By showing respect to their dead, we will honor our own way. We should not give in to anger. Do you really think it's about anger? Asked Suheldev. You think I want to do this because I'm angry? Govardhan remained silent. Suheldev turned towards Tashini. She nodded. And he turned back to his friends. Let me tell you why I want to do this, said Suheldev. The Turks are not afraid of death. If they were, they wouldn't have conquered so much of the world. The fact that we have massacred their entire invading army will not stop them. In fact, it may spur them to mount even more attacks on us. Martyrs are the fuel of their fanaticism. But if they think that we can be as monstrous as them, that we will burn their dead bodies, then they may pause to consider. Govardhan seemed unconvinced. But why do you think they attack our temples and destroy our idols? Asked Suheldev. Wouldn't it be more logical and rational of them to treat the idols as hostages and force us to give them money? They don't do that because they are using our beliefs and faith to destroy our morale. To destroy our spirit. Because they think that conquering a demoralized populace is much easier. We have to pay them back in their own coin. We have to use their beliefs and faith against them. They want heaven in the afterlife. And they believe that they cannot get heaven if we burn their bodies. I don't know if their belief is true or not. But I do know this, if we use their belief against them, then they will not dare to come back to India. If they know that we will not just kill them, but burn their bodies, they will not try to invade us. But why do we have to do that? Even if they come back, we will defeat them again. We will kill them all. And how many of our own soldiers will die in another war? I understand what you are saying, said Govardhan. But Suheldev interrupted Govardhan. Don't think that I am disrespecting your Kshatriya way. I know that true Kshatriyas have always been willing to die for the country. I have always respected your courage. No. No, I didn't say that. I know you will never think like that. You respect all the different Indian ways. However, doesn't Dharma say that we must win wars, but we must win the right way? Dharma. A simple word. But so many complicated philosophies behind it. Suheldev got up from his chair and hobbled closer to Govardhan and Abdul, refusing the help offered by them. And then sat down close to the both of them. What is Dharma? Our ancestors agonized over this question for millennia. Let us agonize over it as well. What is a warrior's Dharma? Govardhan's answer was immediate. To fight and win. But without taking a sin on his soul, said Suheldev, completing Govardhan's words. Yes. Without taking a sin on his soul. Defeating the enemy, but with honor. Winning the war, while following the laws of true warriorhood. Suheldev smiled. That would be ideal, wouldn't it? If a warrior could win a battle without breaking the laws of warriorhood, without committing any sin. But what if life does not give you that choice? Govardhan remained silent. Consider this, Govardhan, said Suheldev. What if life has brought a warrior to a fork on the road where he has only two choices? On one road, he can keep his honor and protect his soul from committing a sin. And he also, thereby, allows the enemy to come back. Something that will lead to the deaths of thousands of innocent civilians who were looking to that warrior for protection. However, on the other road, the warrior takes a sin on his own soul. Even though he knows that, according to the laws of karma, he will be punished for that sin. In this life or the next. But by committing that sin, the warrior ensures that the enemy never returns and his people do not die. What does Dharma say? What should the warrior do? Govardhan remained silent. Do you remember what Lord Parshuram had said? Govardhan nodded. He knew. All warriors knew. Lord Parshuram had said that a true warrior loves his country more than he loves his own soul. And if, by taking a sin on his soul, by sacrificing his own chance at moksha, he can protect the people who depend on him, then he should do it. Without hesitation. Govardhan, Abdul, and Tashini remained silent. Suheldev paused, and then said clearly, Maksud's body will burn. It was early in the morning when Suheldev rose from his bed, stepped out of the tent and walked towards the stable. His bodyguards quietly fell into step behind him, no words exchanged. It had been 4 days since the execution of Salo Maksud. As Suheldev had ordered, Maksud's body had been burnt. But his head had been treated with special chemicals to maintain it. Suheldev still had a message to deliver to Ghazni. As the king of Shravasthi reached the army camp stables, the stable boy scrambled to his feet, rubbing away the sleep from his eyes. Without saying anything, Suheldev helped him saddle his horse. Then, the king mounted the animal and rode out, his guards following close behind. The camp had been shifted a fair distance from the battlefield, but Suheldev didn't mind the ride. At that hour, the breeze was pleasant and there was a restful peace that he rarely encountered as the day got busier. As he got where he wanted to, he pulled the reins and slowed his horse down. Dismounting, he handed the reins over to one of his bodyguards. Then he walked a short distance. To the grave of his friend. The final resting place of Aslan. Of Salome Sud. When he was alive, Aslan had loved a spot by the lake and had hoped to eventually return there to set up a Sufi hermitage. Suheldev had remembered that. And had ordered that Aslan's corpse be found in the battlefield, and that the body be buried, with all proper Islamic funeral rituals, at his favorite spot by the lake. He had also started coming to the grave for a few moments early every morning and talking to Aslan as though he were still there. I'll be leaving tomorrow, my friend, said Suheldev to Aslan's grave in a soft voice. Thank you for all that you did for me. For my motherland. For our motherland. The breeze briefly picked up, seeming to sigh. Suheldev reached out and gently touched the grave. Rest well, my friend. You have earned it. None of us will ever forget you. May Allah and Lord Shiva continue to bless you. He looked towards the lake. To a view that he knew Aslan loved. Then he noticed that the guards seemed to be pushing back a group of women who were holding flowers. What's going on? Asked Suheldev. We've come to pray at Aslan Baba's grave, said one of the women. She was wearing the traditional Hindu bindai on her forehead. Another woman next to her had the abaya of a Muslim. Prayers at such a holy site will surely be answered. Baba was the native word used for a saint. The locals of the area had heard of the role that Aslan, or Salome Sud, had played in defending India. They had come to honor him. Even worship him. For what are great people, but those who discovered the divine within themselves? What superstitious nonsense, began one of the guards. He stopped abruptly and muttered a hasty apology as Suheldev glared at him. By all means, if it gives you peace, please go ahead and pray, said Suheldev, as he looked back at Salome Sud's grave. For this site has been blessed by both Lord Shiva and Allah. He beckoned to the guards to follow him, mounted his horse and rode away. A year had elapsed since the Battle of Baraj. Reconstruction in many of the lands devastated by the Turks had begun. One of the places being rebuilt was the holy Somnath temple on the coast of Gujarat. Suheldev and his band, responsible for ending the Turkic menace, had been invited as guests of honor as the temple was rededicated to the Mahadev, the god of gods, Lord Shiva. The majestic Shiva Linga gleamed, reflecting the rays of the sun that fell upon it. It had been installed in a makeshift temple and consecrated while the Somnath temple was being rebuilt. But today, it would take its rightful place in the main temple. Suheldev bowed before the idol. "It's a truly wonderful gift from Emperor Rajendra Chola," he said to Narsinghan. "A worthy replacement indeed for the original Shivalinga." Narsinghan smiled enigmatically. "Yes, but you should also know that a part of the original returns today as well." Suheldev gaped at him, stunned. "You mean, but I thought that Mahmud..." Narsinghan continued to smile, enjoying Suheldev's astonishment. "It is a long story, my lord. But Mahmud didn't die naturally. And we got our vengeance there too." "But how?" "I will tell you, and perhaps, one day, some author may write this tale as well. In another book. But for now, let's complete the ceremonies." Suheldev continued to stare at Narsinghan, overcome by curiosity. "My friend, immediately after the ceremony, you will have to tell me the entire story." Narsinghan bowed his head. "As you command, great Arya." Suheldev grinned and held Narsinghan's arm in a friendly gesture. Then he turned towards the large crowd that had gathered there. Right in front were Tashini and his comrades, Govardhan, Abdul, and Sonamani. His mother too was present. As were many members of the Shrivasthi alliance, the Chandela general Suryavar, King Karan, and the many others who had fought the Turks bravely. And Indians from across the land. They knew a speech was coming. It was due. And the audience started chanting the name of the hero they all saw. Suheldev. 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 "The rebuilding of this temple," said Suheldev, raising his hand for silence, "is not just the rebuilding of a structure." The audience listened to him in hushed silence. "It is not just the Lord Mahadev returning to this seat. How can the Mahadev return when he had never left?" The crowd seemed confused. Suheldev clarified. "Every pore of the universe has Lord Shiva in it. Not just you and me, but every drop of the rivers and the oceans, every atom in all bodies and things, the very stardust in the skies, they all have Lord Shiva in it. Even the destroyed temple here still had Lord Shiva in it." The Indians listened quietly. There was one stray shout of Har Har Mahadev. "All of us are Mahadevs. The Mahadev is in everything." And almost instinctively, everyone present repeated, "Har Har Mahadev." "Then what was the point of rebuilding this temple?" asked Suheldev. The king of Shrivasthi looked around. There was no answer. For they all waited for Suheldev to give them the answer. Suheldev's voice rose as he said, "The rebuilding of the Somnathji temple is a statement. A statement to the world. Many of our fellow ancient cultures have died out. Nobody in Rome believes in the Roman gods anymore. Nobody in Greece worships in the Greek temples anymore. The ancient Egyptian culture has been forsaken by the Egyptians themselves. All the schools of mystery around the Mediterranean Sea have been abandoned. Across the world, many who began their road to civilization with us have ended their journeys. They have died out." Pointing to the temple behind him, Suheldev roared, "But as Lord Shiva is our witness, our Indian civilization will not die." The crowd roared in unison. A cry from the depths of their soul. A cry of pride. Those civilizations did not die just because foreigners invaded them. For is there ever a time when the civilized are not attacked by the barbarians? They died out because the civilized stopped caring about their own civilizations. But as Lord Shiva is our witness, we Indians will not stop caring. The crowd began to cheer and call out Suheldev's name. They started hailing Mother India. Suheldev held up a hand to silence them. A land does not die because there are some who hate it. For has there ever been a time when hatred has not existed in the world? A motherland dies when her own children stop loving it. A nation is not built by those who hate it, it is built on the shoulders of those who love it. Suheldev raised his bald fist in the air. And as Lord Shiva is our witness, we Indians will never stop loving our land. All the people around raised their hands, the fists held tight, the bodies exultant with pride, their souls filled with purpose. and there was only one thing left to be said. Jai Ma Bharati. Glory to Mother India. Jai Ma Bharati. Jai Ma Bharati. Jai Ma Bharati. Suheldev raised his hand for silence. And everyone obeyed. Everyone will have the honor of touching the Lord. Of taking the Mahadev back to his rightful place within the temple. Of carrying his idol. Everyone here. Everyone. This was unorthodox. But nobody dared to question the great Suheldev. Let's begin. At Suheldev's gesture, Tashini stepped forward. So did Govardhan. Abdul, wearing a patch over one eye, stepped forward too. Followed by Sonamani. Narsinghan, the Chola general, Suryavar, the Chandela general, and King Karan stepped up as well. One by one, Suheldev's numerous allies and senior officers came forward. They bent together, gripped the platform on which the Shivalinga was mounted, and tensed. Har Har Mahadev, called out Suheldev. Har Har Mahadev, was the answer from everyone. They all straightened, heaving the platform onto their shoulders. As they carried the Shivalinga a short distance towards the temple, the crowd continued to roar. Har Har Mahadev. Jai Ma Bharati.